Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Town of Poughkeepsie Planning Board meeting for November 21st, 2024. Please start by joining me for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. And I will just mention for those online, we have a board quorum of 5 members tonight, and that would including one of our alternates. Right, I just want to start off that saying, for those, we know there's going to be public hearings tonight, so for those wishing to speak on the applications tonight, when you come to the podium, please state your name and address. And since we're going to have a large number of public comments and a long agenda, we also ask that you limit your comments to the standard 3-minute limit. In addition, if you share the comments of a prior speaker, you don't need to repeat them. You can just say you share their concerns. And also we will have after the public hearings, we will have a public comment portion of the meeting, and we will listen to additional comments at that time, but not respond to them during the meeting. Comments should be directed to the board members only and not to the applicants or board consultants. And we will listen to questions this evening, but not necessarily answer them. And please note that we have received lots of written comments, and the written comments are always welcome until the decisions are rendered on projects. With that, the first one up is Spark Car Wash.
Yeah, folks, you're gonna, I don't need to interrupt for a second. There are a lot of people in the room, so you're going to have to be quiet, not talk to one another during this, if you want to be able to hear, because otherwise, it's just too many people. We have a microphone, it's coming through, but we're gonna need everybody to cooperate. All right, thank you. All right.
Welcome back, guys.
Good evening.
And you gave us a great detailed presentation last time, so please just
Keep it brief.
keep it brief and let us know what the changes have been. I saw the building architecture change, things like that.
Yes, absolutely. So good evening, board members. Jen Porter for the record on behalf of CSG Law here for the applicant Spark Car Wash. As the chairman indicated, we did appear before this board last in September, at which time we did give detailed testimony in terms of our civil engineering, traffic, and architecture, as well as some additional information on our operations. We're here tonight, again, briefly, to have our civil engineer give you, 2 minutes in terms of the revisions to the civil plans. Then we intend to pull in our traffic engineer, who will be participating via Zoom, to talk about some of the traffic improvements and revisions that are ongoing that relate specifically to SECRA. And then we'll end with some of the open items in terms of lighting that we have our civil engineer and our architect to discuss with the board to get some feedback.
All right.
Okay, so
Sounds
Ms.
good.
McQuaid?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you again for taking the time with us tonight. I am having trouble getting into the Zoom. I'll work on it for Mr. Young. I don't think it's necessary for the civil right now. I think I can summarize pretty clearly what the major changes were.
Yeah, we saw the details last time.
Okay, great. So we'll get into it. The main revisions that were made since the last time we met in September were the relocation and reorientation of the trash enclosure, and then updates to the landscaping so that it no longer faces DeGarmo, it actually faces inside the site. So further screening has been provided. The next item was the addition of the do not block the intersection, striping and signage on DeGarmo Road. We did see that there were some additional details requested for that, so that will be provided in our next revision. We added additional snow storage areas. We provided an additional site triangle exhibit, and the applicant agrees to maintain the vegetation that falls within the right-of-way within that site triangle. We have received your comments on Monday, went through them, and there are just a couple of items that we wanted to confirm or discuss with the board. Primarily, we received the comment about the landscaping buffer to DeGarmo. There is a request to add one tree to the north of that buffer and 2 to the south. The applicant will agree, and that will be accommodated on the next revision. Additionally, I think one of the larger items that we don't necessarily need to discuss in more detail tonight, is that we will show the crosswalk and sidewalk extension to the existing sidewalk across Dutchess Turnpike to the Walgreens, so that the discussions with Walgreens and obtaining the rights to do that work can begin, and this way the board can see the pedestrian access that will be provided.
And I think they can help with the Walgreens.
Yes.
if
And I
need
think
be.
that's what we all want. We want to make sure that that can happen, but in order to do so, we need to see what it looks like. And so we will show that. We'll show the grading, the ADA improvements that will be associated with that.
All right,
There was an additional comment about the sidewalk location. I think that's something that we could probably work through. There was like one comment about the sidewalk being against the curb, another requesting green space between. I think that the board doesn't need to weigh in. That's probably something me and Mr. Holman can work through. And I think high level, those are the main items that I wanted to highlight. There's a couple utility items, but most of that will just be worked through with the health department as we refine the plans. And otherwise, I will pass it back to Ms. Porter so you can hear about the traffic changes.
Great.
thank you.
So, next we'll be calling Mr. Tortorella, our traffic engineer from Stonefield Engineering. He is joining us via Zoom because he just had
All right.
surgery. So
Oh,
he
I
can't
see him, yeah.
participate
Nick.
live. You see him?
Yeah, hi everyone. Yeah, and thank you for allowing me to appear virtually. Hopefully this is the only time. But very quickly, just since our last meeting in terms of traffic updates, we had updated the traffic study to include potential safety improvements to mitigate right angle or left turn collision trends that currently exist at the Dutchess Turnpike and DeGarmo Road intersection. We received an additional comment from JMC that we reviewed on Monday. And as part of our next resubmission, we will specifically identify proposed improvements both in the updated TIS and also in detail on the updated site plans that will be submitted in the next resubmission for review by the town, county, and New York State DOT. And I also just wanted to note that we did resubmit our Stage 2 highway work permit application to the New York State DOT this morning, addressing comments that we received from them on October 29th. In our next resubmission to the DOT, as Ms. McQuaid alluded to earlier, we will include the proposed pedestrian crossing on the south side of the Dutchess Turnpike and DeGarmo Road intersection. Again, with the note that it's pending the permission from the Walgreens property owner to construct that infrastructure that's needed within their private property to facilitate that new crossing. And that's really the only two updates that I wanted to give specifically tonight.
Okay, that sounds great. Great improvements.
Okay, so lastly, we'd like to have Ms. McQuaid as well as Mr. Young, our architect, discuss with the board lighting specifically as it relates to the project, because there are, that would be one of the main things other than traffic, which has open items which are important for board discussion, so that we can hopefully get to a conclusion on the secret process.
And one item I did actually just recall from my notes was just clarity on the EV charging space. At the last meeting, we had agreed that if the board found that that was necessary for the site, that it would be provided. That comment came up again, so we just wanted to clarify, is that something you need seen on the plan, or is that something that you're still trying to find a conclusion on?
We'll see when we go around the board if the board members have any additional comments on that, but generally it's a flow-through thing, so nobody's parking except for the employees. So if an employee has a EV, then they would use that, so we'll see what the feeling of the board is.
Okay.
So Mr. Young will just explain briefly what changed with respect to architecture, since there was a significant change as a result of discussion at the last meeting in terms of the tower element.
Sure, significant change, but I'll keep it very brief.
I'm sorry, you're gonna have to speak into it with a microphone for the folks on Zoom, so. yeah.
Sure. Is this better, I hope?
Yep.
We did not make any floor plan changes to the building. These were strictly changes made to the architectural elevations. The previous design had a tall blade element on the front of the building, west-facing Dutchess Turnpike. This has been removed, and there are now two distinct blue elements on the west and north facades. These elements now top off at 25 foot 6 inches and are well proportioned to the rest of the building. The previous height of the blade element was 33 feet. With these changes, we've also reduced the amount of signage from 5 signs to 3 signs, with the overall square footage of the signage dropping from just under 216 square feet to just under 156 square feet. We've also added vacuum enclosure details to our drawings, and we do note the town planner's comment, 2 comments actually. We can adjust the height of the enclosure for proper screening. We can discuss that further with you, and we can add the acoustical material to all 4 sides as requested. It's not a problem. Now, both Ms. McQuaid and I can touch upon the discussion we wanted to have in regards to the extensive lighting comments, both from Dutchess County and from Mr. Holman. I think I'll touch on the county comments first. I had a conversation yesterday with Mr. Tuttle, just to confirm comment number 2 about the building lighting and the LED strips. We both came to an understanding and agreement that the recessed LED strips at the canopy over the tunnel entrance and the tunnel exit are for safety purposes to enhance the pedestrian's view of the operations, and those can stay. However, the other LEDs, which are vertically mounted and easily visible on the face of the building, those will be removed. And we are stating for the record that all these LEDs, the specifications, they are not color changing. They're static.
That was a
100%.
question, yeah.
There's a typographical error in our drawings. We're gonna get that updated. We'd also like to briefly, one of the discussions we like to have with this board is the conversation about the glass on the wash tunnel and the lighting inside and the visibility of that. Because as we mentioned at the previous meeting, this tunnel does not face any public areas or even the street. It faces the adjacent property, the portion of which is the drive-through stacking for the Dunkin' Donuts. So we strongly feel that it's important for Spark to maintain the glass there. There is lighting inside the car wash that the pedestrian in the car can't, the operator of the car can't see as they go through it. So we'd like to hear what the board's concerns are, if any, with that lighting.
So there's no windows that are see-through windows that face the DeGarmo Road side?
No. there are
Okay,
not.
that was my impression, that there were some windows there as well.
I do want to make a correction. There are windows, but not on the tunnel. The windows
Not the
facing
tunnel.
DeGarmo Road are in the office for the
Okay,
car wash,
okay, good.
and that's it.
Because we've seen color changing window, lights in some tunnels in some areas, and that's not great with neighbors nearby.
Understood. There probably is some sort of lighting element in the car wash tunnel
Yep.
itself, but the glass that this tunnel looks upon doesn't faces one neighbor. It's the rear, it's the drive-through stacking.
Okay, great.
That's why we're
Thanks-
looking to try.
Thanks for clarifying that.
You're welcome. I think the best thing to do would go have a discussion here with Mr. Holman and the board in regards to the lighting comments from his most recent memo, specifically page 2, comment number 3, the vacuum boom lights. I believe at the last hearing, we agreed to provide dimmable fixtures.
Oh, okay, I don't remember hearing the dimmable, I remember hearing hours that be shut off after 8 PM.
Yes, okay, for starters, the vacuum lights would not be on during the day, during daylight.
During daylight.
I've confirmed that. They will be shut off after 8 PM. I don't know if they'll go off right at 8 PM, but they will go off shortly after closing. And as a further condition, we researched it, and we do agree that we could also provide dimmable fixtures at all these vacuums. It is an upcharge, but it is possible. But they would be uniformly dimmed. They can't be dimmed one at a time. They all dim down, or so the lighting level is consistent across all the vacuums.
Okay. We can work through that with Eric, and that might satisfy our concerns of glare into the neighbors.
Okay, and we'd be happy to provide any further clarity on those vacuum boom lights if the board has any further questions or concerns.
If you could just, for that exhibit, there are specs for most of the lighting fixtures. I think there were not specs. I don't remember if there were specs for that one or not, but if you could provide those for review on what dimmable means,
Sure,
so in the specifications.
not a problem
Thank you.
whatsoever.
All right, is that the end of your presentation then?
In terms of the other comments, comment number 4 also is in regards to lighting, and most of those comments, there's some of them just talk about discrepancies on the architectural elevations. There's 2 tags for one light, W1 and WT1. It's the same light. It's a round wall sconce, and we're actually changing that light fixture to be a dark sky compliant fixture. So we'll get that
Okay, great,
cleaned up,
great.
and we'll provide a specification of that. I'm not sure, Lindsay, if there's any other lighting I need to touch upon here.
No, I think you covered a lot of it. I mean, the emphasis is really that the lights will be turned off, except for the exhibit we submitted for the security lighting after hours. The other lights will be turned off after, or outside of 8 AM to 8 PM, and will only be functioning when it is dark out.
And you worked with the county to work through what you can keep, and that, we're happy with that.
Thank you.
All right, you go to Eric next for department's recommendations for tonight.
Sure, that's very helpful, thank you very much. That covers a lot of the central, probably the most important comments in tonight's review, so that's very helpful. This application is on for seeker review, site plan, and special use permit, also for architectural review by the planning board. The main issues for tonight, I think the applicant has touched upon them, the pedestrian crosswalk, some of the safety traffic improvements at the intersection. I know our consultant had wanted to see a little more specificity on what items would be included and whether they would affect traffic flow at the lights or not. I presume that'll be in the next, he described to me that there will be some, and that he'll address that within the next submittal, thank you. The sidewalk comments you mentioned, just to clarify, there were 2 comments related to sidewalks. One had to do with just enabling a future connection to this one on Dutchess Turnpike, so that should an adjoining owner want to connect to it at some point in the future, since it's on a private land, they would not be entitled to do that unless there was some measure, legal measure provided for that, so just an easement or something, so that's fairly straightforward. The other sidewalk, the other comment on the sidewalk, actually, I believe, was from the engineer, having to do with the layout of, or the elevation of that sidewalk. And I'll let him talk with you about that as
I
appropriate.
mean, that would help prepare for a situation that we're running into with Walgreens here. So,
Right.
some future thing.
Okay. On the lighting, thank you, I think that addresses the central comments. We can work through those with a resubmittal, I think. I'll let the board discuss what they would like to see in that regard. I think that's, most of the other things are smaller. I did hear from county planning directly. They did indicate that the conditioned recommendation that they had provided to the board was actually, they amended it, at least by email, to indicate that the exit and entry lights would not be included in that, in the condition that they were requesting. It moved until the board gets to a point of final approval
Right,
anyways.
we'll get another
Yeah.
letter.
Thank you. That's it from.
All right, thanks, Eric. When do you guys think you're gonna be trying to resubmit again?
We'll resubmit before the December deadline for the January hearing.
For the January meeting, okay, just double check. Andy, what's remaining from your
Sure,
standpoint?
yeah, the applicant has done a good job of knocking off a lot of our comments. We still have quite a few remaining. We did have comments on lighting and the sound, sound absorbent material on the vacuum enclosures. Appreciate you addressing that. Stormwater, most of our stormwater comments have been addressed at this point. Our comment about the sidewalk, it sounds like there's some conflicting, requirements. Maybe we need to get together and kind of talk through with the various agencies and kind of figure out what the best, configuration is.
Yeah,
especially
I'd be
with
happy to
crosswalk.
do that.
Yep.
We don't have an issue either way. I want to do what's best for both ideas, because I know
Right.
that there's idea for both, so we'll work that through.
Yeah, that's fine. And I think, for us at this point, probably our most significant comments have to do with the sewer flows. Because we are in the process of evaluating the existing town pump station at Edwin Road. We have some questions about the flow rates that you've suggested in your report. We did go back and compare those flows to some other car washes that we've reviewed in the recent past, and there's some differences there. We just kind of want to make sure we're evaluating and getting a realistic idea of how much sewer flow is going to be coming through there. So,
Sure.
Again, maybe an offline meeting is the right way to address that.
Yeah, we would be happy
so-
to do that. A lot of it has to do with the operations and the equipment that's used could be pretty different depending on what car washes you're comparing them to.
Right. Understood, so.
All right, thanks, Andy. And just a thought I had on the, the sidewalk, generally, you like to buffer the sidewalk a little bit from the road, because when you plow the snow, that will go in between the two. And it also feels safer for walkers, but, depends on the site as well, what you can fit in there, so that's something to work through with staff.
Yep.
Mark.
All right, Mark,
Yep,
you're on for, traffic.
Yep. Hello, everyone. Mark Ocharo from JMC. It was touched upon in the presentation by the applicant. Generally our comments related to the safety at the intersection of 44 and DeGarmo Road. The intersection has a higher accident rate than the statewide average, so we're looking for some proposed mitigations. They did provide a list of potentials, and we did ask for them to actually propose some recommendations there. And it was noted by the applicant in today's presentation that they would do that in the next bill. So that's that should hopefully satisfy everyone, as far as obviously the DOT and other agencies would be having to review this since it's in their jurisdiction. On those aspects of in their right of way in the county road there too. So we'll look forward to that in the next resubmission. We did look and we saw that they had the site triangles shown on their site plans as well, and reviewed that, and that looks adequate. Did note on the plan that there is some vegetation that's to be trimmed or removed. It looks more like trimming in order to provide the site distance as shown on the plan, to provide what's required from an intersection site distance there. And it should just be noted that the applicant to maintain in perpetuity that easement to maintain that landscaping, so it doesn't interfere with the site triangles. We did have some minor technical comments regarding the signage, but again, the bigger issue was really the safety at the intersection was our biggest concern.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right, thank you, Mark. This time I move we open the public hearing for this project.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to comment on Spark Car Wash? There was no signups for that.
There was someone who had a hand raised earlier. Let me see if I can find that again. On Zoom. Jim?
Jim, do you wish to comment on Spark Car Wash?
Yes, thank you.
Yep, go ahead.
I'm great to live at 215 Over Rocker Road. And it was good to hear that the representative of the car wash touched on a lot of my concerns. One of the concerns is the amount of water usage that they're going to use. If they give us some idea how much that's going to increase for this gas station, or with this car wash as the last one. I also see they're putting in they're going to tie into the town sewer at Edwin. Is that what I heard? Did I hear that correctly?
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay. So the septic system doesn't matter. And then they also touched on the noise levels. Could they provide some sort of decibel level at the property lines, especially at the property lines of the adjacent residential neighbors? I mean, I think that would be a good thing if they do that down in Putnam and Westchester and a lot of their projects. It would be great if they could show that to us. I'm still not comfortable with the traffic congestion that it's going to cause at that already dangerous intersection, and the traffic, I'm sorry, I don't remember his name. He even touched upon that it's a more dangerous than normal intersection. And if anybody, I'm sure all of us that live in town Poughkeepsie have tried to get down Dutchess Turnpike or up Dutchess Turnpike between 7 and 9 a.m., 11 and 1 p.m., and 3 and 6 p.m., and understand that the challenges of putting high volume car wash there is going to create. I'm also concerned about water runoff from the cars as they exit the car wash. If anybody's been down on Route 9 by the new Foam & Wash car wash, you'll see that there's always an ice buildup on Route 9 as you go through there. At least there you have some time before you hit the intersection. Here, these are immediately or nearby the intersection, and then that's going to carry on in the tires of the cars and create even more ice down the road. I'm a little concerned about the increased size of the facility on that small lot. And that's about all I have.
All right, thanks for your comments, Jim. I will note they have the exit from the tunnels at the north end of the site, so they have a long road that comes out, and we put some bumps in there to knock water off as well. So hopefully that'll help with the water getting out onto the Garmo.
Mr. Chairman, I'll just to mention, I can offer one thing that Mr. Greaves also asked about on the noise. Yes, there was a noise study, and it did indicate, I guess paraphrasing, it did indicate that the noise projections would be less than the ambient noise. They did a fairly detailed analysis of both during the daytime operating hours when the facility is open and operating, and they took into account not just the central blowers but additional noise as well. I think it also included the tunnel. Is that right? Yeah. And that noise study is it's a part of the submittal, so anybody is welcome to look at it online or to come into town hall and look at it.
Thanks, Eric. And they will also be adding additional soundproofing to the vacuum system that we discussed earlier.
All right, is there anyone else?
For Spark Car Wash?
Yeah, Spark Car Wash on the Zoom. You can unmute yourself or raise your hand. Is there anyone in the room for that? Oh, there is. I'm sorry. All right, so if you wouldn't mind stepping away from the microphone so the gentleman can speak into the microphone, that would be great. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, hold on one second, Linda. We'll get to you next, all right? We have somebody in the audience who's gonna speak next. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, have a
Good
seat.
evening, everyone. Mr. Chairman, Board. I'm the owner of the Purple Power Car Wash at 826 Dutchess Turnpike. I just would like to thank everyone for their input of what's happening here because I'd like to see this move along. This is an existing car wash that's been there since the 70s.
Yep.
The way the design is, obviously it was done in the 70s and now there's a lot of changes. It's been over 6 months that we've been going through this, and Spark's team has done a great job. I've seen some of this stuff, and I do a lot of traffic control systems for the state. I've been in business since 1979. The company's named Menino Electric that I run. I must have done 30 or more traffic systems, participated in studies, so on and so forth. In fact, we installed a traffic system at that intersection when Walgreens came in. Actually, we revised it and redid it, okay, because there was one there previously.
Yep.
I think they've done an exceptional job on answering things, and we're going from a 1970s car wash that needs so many updates that it's almost impossible to bring to today's standards. I would hope that everyone works towards this goal in getting this done. Granted, they're willing to do things that are necessary. It's an existing car wash. I repeated it several times. We're putting in another car wash, which is going to meet some of the standards that are necessary. I think they've done a beautiful job on it. It's going to enhance that corner. They're going to take care of some of the things that are necessary with the traffic flows to the best of their ability. Obviously, we're dealing with streets that have back sets and standards, and obviously it is what it is. I think in the long run, it would be a very wise idea to allow this to be upgraded based on the necessary pieces that have to be put together. My thing is I hope it doesn't go on for another 6 months, okay? I have the car wash there now. There is water coming out. There are many vacuums. They have a lot of noise to them. The machine turns on. The building's facing Route 44. They've done everything they possibly could do to support every detail to satisfy everything that they believe is necessary. Again, could we vote on this and eventually give them the approval to get this done, to clean that up, make it look good, even with the sewer? They've even gone as far as the sewer. And some of the things with the sewer that I've thought about in the past, because we've tried this multiple times, but we had some conditions that came up that we weren't allowed to do it with back sets. Well, obviously they're replacing it with a car wash, so the 250 or 500 foot ordinance that's there doesn't apply here, because we're replacing with a car wash. It's like kind. I mean, we're not putting something else in there, okay? Not an automotive store, an ordinance that was brought up. sort of lost my train of thought. I'm awful sorry.
Okay.
That's all right.
We need to
We're,
keep.
we're moving the
comments.
project along
Yeah.
and,
Yes.
and
I
they've
really-
they've made most of the changes we asked for at this
I
point.
really hope so, and I'd like to see that done. And with regard to the sewer, this has been a problem in the community for 44 for quite a long time.
Yep.
And they are doing the very best they can with what they have to work with. And luckily, we have some means and ways to make this work with reclaim and so on and so forth. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it. And I would hope to see this sooner than later. The winter months are coming, and I'd like to see them move along with it. Thank you for your time. I appreciate all your input.
Thanks for your comments.
Okay, and Linda, you were waiting to speak
Yes.
as well. Yes, go ahead. And I just want to remind everyone, 3 minutes, please, is the maximum.
Okay.
If shorter is okay, you know.
Okay.
All right.
Well, I'm a long-term resident. I've lived on Over Rocker Road since 1971, and actually, this car wash has been in operation, I think, since the late 60s, because when I was a teenager, my friend used it. But anyway, quite a while ago, when somebody else owned it, somebody basically squealed on him. And and please excuse me, because I'm not aware of all the new sewer things, but the prior owner was dumping the wastewater into the Wappingers Creek. He got called out on it. He put a reclamation system in. And so he was reusing the water. And I think that was the demise of the Purple Parlor Car Wash, because cars weren't getting clean anymore. So I assume from the little bit I've heard tonight, that the wastewater is going into a sewer and not going into the ground or into the Wappingers Creek, because nowadays there are a lot more chemicals and pollutants in waxes and, shampoo and soap and all that. So it's going into a sewer system that will be and there won't be any runoff into the groundwater table?
Correct.
That's right.
It'll be scrubbed and filtered and piped up through the sewer.
Okay, so that's good, because that was my main concern. There should not be any, with the EPA, there should not be any groundwater pollution or into the Wappingers Creek or wherever. And I have no problems with the car wash there, but I do hope they do the best they can with traffic control, because that corner is very dangerous anyway. And I agree with worrying about ice on the roads. That will add another problem, but that's all I have to say, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Appreciate your comments. Thanks.
All right, is there anybody else on Zoom
For Spark Car Wash,
for Spark Car Wash? Yeah.
there'll be another opportunity. So at this point, I move that the public hearing be adjourned to January 16th, 2025.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. All right, we'll go around the board for comments at this point. I'll start with Nicole.
You guys went over most of our concerns. Just two more things. The building department requested that there be at least one handicapped employee parking spot. I don't know if you got that message or that memo that was sent out. And as far as the EV charging station is concerned, I don't think that you need one here. This is a car wash. You should be in and out, and I personally don't feel like you need one.
Okay. Thanks, Nicole.
Yep.
Anything, Rocco?
No additional comments.
I agree with Nicole with the charging station. It's
Yeah, it's not
really
a business
the
where
place.
people hang out, other than the one operator. Anything on this? Bob?
No thanks.
Right. I'll just summarize, say the thing, we're willing to waive the EV requirement, it sounds like, because I don't think that's a necessary thing here. If you want to put some conduit in just in case, if you want to add it in the future, that's fine, that's up to you. Appreciate that you changed you conformed the building architecture to our town code where the sign is below the roof level instead of above the roof level, and that's looking good now, in my mind. As well as all the other things we discussed today with the acoustics and the additional landscaping, work with Eric on that, and the sidewalk work. So thank you for that, and we'll move
Mr.
along.
Chairman, if you would just respond to the board. It sounds like as far as their discussion of their proposal for the vacuum boom lights and the other lights, that that your concerns?
I think that satisfies
I
it,
think that
if
sounds
that they're
good.
dimmable.
Yeah.
Because
Dimmable
we
and
can
business
figure out
hours,
the level.
Dimmable business hours, and I think you said not in use during daylight hours, only at night?
Right.
Right.
Correct.
Yeah,
Right.
okay,
Good
thank you.
point. I mean, so basically, it's only, your summer, it's not a problem at all, but when
Right.
it gets toward this time of year, you turn them on for a few hours before you close.
And then in terms of the tunnel and the window, based on the prior discussion, so that was something when we spoke with the county, they said that they deferred to how the town felt about that, which is why we offered the explanation in terms of it's not facing anybody but the drive-through, so it would require an override, but we wanted board input, you know, as to your thoughts on that, because it would eventually, at the end of this process, require that override, for that comment.
What's the purpose of the window? I'm just curious. What is it? Because it's facing the back and the drive-through, so I just wonder.
Right, ideally, it faces the public, and it doesn't in this case. We tried to reorient the building and the site plan to make it work early on in the process, but it physically wasn't doable. But in speaking with Spark, they wanted to keep the window for the customers inside, because you can still have daylight come into the wash while you're going through it during the daylight hours. I've been through one of their other tunnels where the glass faces the woods, actually, and you do get a good amount of daylight in the tunnel.
Okay.
All right.
All right, I think board members are okay with that, as
We're
long as
okay
it's
with
not, my concern was it was facing the neighbors across the street there and facing the other business, which is probably closed at night anyway, is fine.
Okay. Move the planning board determine that this application is incomplete and defer further action, subject to the following: respond to comments of the planning board and those received from town departments and agencies, and some responses to be reviewed by the planning department as to adequacy, completeness, inclusive of, not limited to the following, 1 through 13.
Second. Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0, and we'll see you in January.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you for the
Wrap
time.
it up.
Thank you very much.
And it is good to see a, unused parcel get reused in a good way, so. Next up we have is NYS Distribution Services at 900 Dutchess Turnpike. Go ahead, guys.
No problem. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, for members of the board, if you can hear me. For the record,
Yes.
my name is Taylor Palmer with the law firm of Cuddy and Fader. I did not turn off the lights.
Somebody lean
Somebody
down.
against that wall turned off the light. Yeah, thank you.
We're still missing one.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
No,
no.
other way, other
way,
way.
Well, this is fun.
We got a light
Yeah.
show. Uh, Just go ahead and start.
All right, no worries.
say your
We're here on behalf of
presentation.
the applicant, New York Distribution Services, Inc., the tenant for the former BOCES space in the Poughkeepsie Industrial Park, located at 900 Dutchess Turnpike. Tonight, I am joined by the CEO, Kim Tanami, as well as Andrew Freeman, also of New York Distribution Services, Inc., Michael Bodendorf, who's our engineer from Hudson Land Design, our traffic and parking consultant, Richard D'Andrea from Colliers, and our architect, Kevin Urens of LMV Architects. As was stated, we are before you this evening in connection with a public hearing for the amended site plan application for the applicant's proposed distribution operations within the existing industrial building. Provided this is our first presentation and knowing you have a very full agenda this evening, if I may, I'll provide a brief background regarding the application and the property, and then I'll turn it over to our consultants to try and provide a brief presentation to you all concerning the specifics of the operations in the application. As this board is aware, additional tenants in this industrial building have recently appeared before the board in connection with other minor site plan amendments. As is detailed in our submissions, we did have a pre-submission meeting, or multiple pre-submission meetings with the town, including August 5th, October 1st, and October 9th, prior to meeting with you all this evening, where we discussed the primary concerns involving really, which is the interior renovations to the space. There are really no exterior proposals associated with this application. And again, this was the former BOCES space, downstairs level of the building, and again, a portion of it. The property itself is a 58, and it's up on the screen. I don't know if you all can see it.
We can see it.
It's also Exhibit A to our application. Is located on the west side of Dutchess Turnpike. I know you're probably all familiar with it, between Victory Lane and Degamo Road to the south. The property is in your town's heavy industrial, the IH zoning district, and it's improved by a 353,000 square foot industrial building, associated off-street parking and walkways. During our pre-submission meeting on October 9th, the applicant will be leasing a portion of the first floor to be utilized for their cannabis manufacturing and distribution operations, together with some administrative support, so office space for same. The applicant is licensed to manufacture and distribute cannabis pursuant to the adult use conditional cultivator and processor licenses, say that a couple times fast, issued to HBI Canna, who is an affiliated entity of New York of the applicant, and by the New York State OCM, or Office of Cannabis Management. The manufacturing component in the space will consist of the assembly of finished cannabis goods, including packaging of cannabis flower in jars, bags, the production of pre-rolls, vapes, tinctures, and gummies, and then the labeling of those products. So again, we'll walk you through the full operation of the site. Just want to make sure we have that visual. The activities will be conducted by approximately 2 full-time employees and 60 part-time employees, working in 2 shifts, which we'll discuss when we get to sort of the parking and traffic component of this. The distribution component will consist primarily of the storage of finished cannabis goods. That includes the preparation for orders for distribution, and then the dispatch of outgoing deliveries via vans from designated loading areas, again, which we'll walk you through. These activities will be conducted approximately by 10 full-time employees and 5 part-time drivers, and they'll occur Monday to Friday between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. And all of these details are included in our submission to your board. The applicant proposes certain interior alterations to renovate the existing lease space, again, within the former BOCES space, to accommodate the proposed use, but does not intend to perform any new construction or external site modifications other than some wayfinding signage. We're not putting any other or proposing any other signage, but Drew will walk you through that in just a moment. With that preliminary background, again, knowing you have a busy agenda tonight, my colleagues will do all to address what they can in their presentations. We have, of course, seen letters that were submitted, and we're prepared to address those feedback tonight. Mr. Bodendorf will be my next presenter, and we'll walk you through the exterior site plan and the operations exterior to the building. Again, this processing facility and the manufacturing distribution is all internal, and we'll go through the very specifics of that with Drew just after that, and Mr. DeAndrea will walk you through the traffic impacts. Procedurally, I did just want to note that the board before you, the action before you this evening, I know it's in your memoranda, is a type 2 action under seeker, and for the application, it's effectively just a change of tenant within this existing tenant space. So it's proposed interior renovations, and of course this was noticed in accordance with your zoning code and town law, and the matter was referred, we understand, to county planning pursuant to General Municipal Law 239. With that, I will turn over to Mr. Bodendorf to walk through the exterior, and then we'll take you inside.
Thank you, Taylor. Good evening, board. For the record, Mike Bodendorf, Hudson Land Design Engineer for the applicant. What you're looking at here on the screen is the overall site. Our action is in the front part of the west side of the building, which is generally this area here. I'll move on to the next page of our site plan, which is a blow-up of that area. So as Taylor mentioned, there's no proposed changes to the exterior of the building. There's no proposed changes to any of the landscaping. There's no proposed changes to any of the site lighting. We will be utilizing the north loading dock for
receiving of all general materials and supplies.
Yeah, and the south loading dock will also be used at this end for receiving. As far as engineering goes for this project, we'll be proposing a grease trap for the kitchen use that they're proposing inside the building. Other than that, that's generally it as far as the site plan goes. Parking is in the front.
Receiving is on the west end, and then where does distribution?
We're gonna, yeah, Mr. Chairman, we're gonna walk you through the inside interior. So I appreciate that. We will go quite literally from door to door throughout the building.
All right, thanks.
To show that they're, again, to control all the processing and all that. So we will walk you through that. All right, with that, I will ask the CEO just to speak to you briefly about her experience in the area and obviously the operations here. Again, really in furtherance of the agriculture operation, this is really an important piece of more recent legislation and getting this, the cannabis products into the market. Of course, the growing and the operation, which are not taking place here. There's no, this itself is just distribution, packaging, and some storage.
Good evening, members of the Town Planning Board. My name is Kimberly Tanami, and I'm the CEO of New York State Distribution Services. This is a woman-owned business. The project before you is for a certain component of our business, which is basically proposed light manufacturing and a distribution facility, which is a key step in our continued growth and commitment to the community. Overall, our operation, we do cultivation, extraction, processing, manufacturing, and distribution, but what we're bringing to this site is just light manufacturing and the distribution component. Currently, New York State Distribution Services employs approximately 168 employees, and I am proud to share that today over 60 of our full-time employees are residents of the town of Poughkeepsie. I'd like to also personally thank those who have taken time out to show support for the company and our growth. Also, over the past year, our company has generated over $5 million in tax revenue for New York State, and for 2025, we expect that to double. We also contributed over $2 million to our local farms. We created a program through our growers network, specifically to help sustain farmers within our network, and the reason for that was this program was initiated because the rollout of the adult use cannabis market in New York State was very slow, leaving many farmers without a wholesale market to sell their crops to. So rather than using our own sourced cannabis ingredients that we cultivate on our farm, we chose to purchase these raw ingredients from local farmers to help sustain them while we were waiting for the market to open. These efforts truly reflect our commitment to supporting local agriculture and fostering economic growth within the region. In closing, I really want to emphasize that this project represents more than just an expansion of our business. It's a testament to our dedication of creating opportunity for local workers, supporting small farms, and contributing positively to the economic health of our community. We look forward to working collaboratively with the board and the town to ensure that this facility becomes a beneficial addition to Poughkeepsie.
With that, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm going to turn it over to Drew, who's going to walk you again through the operations internal to the site plan. Importantly, he's going to discuss the best management practices. This OCM, or the Office of Cannabis Management, has certain standards that they put in really to control when it's the actual cultivation of cannabis, because that one of the comments that we received, of course, is the concern regarding smell. That really isn't applicable, or it doesn't really get into the proposal that we have before you this evening, but notwithstanding, we want to make sure that what we're proposing here has the best management practices that control and mitigate against any concerns represented by smell. And of course, we have those concerns as a tenant within the building, and other tenants like API and their plastics manufacturing within the same space. So we want to make sure we can go through that with you all now. So Drew, with that, I'll have you walk through.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Andrew Freeman. I'm an executive at New York State Distribution Services, leading the development of this proposed facility. Prior to this role, I was the owner and operator of a similar cannabis assembly and distribution facility in Culver City, California. It's a white picket fence suburban enclave right in the middle of Los Angeles. I'm proud that in my years of leading that operation, we never had a single complaint from a neighbor. The primary functions of this new site at 900 Dutchess Turnpike will be for product packaging, wholesale distribution, and administration. I'd like to walk you through our plans and how we'll ensure that we're good neighbors. I want to start by being very clear about what we will not be doing at this facility. Cannabis can absolutely be a stinky business, particularly during growing and flowering. This is when most of the biogenic volatile organic compounds, or VOCs, are released. Just like a pine tree emits the smell of pine, this too is a VOC. There will be absolutely no indoor cultivation or outdoor cultivation proposed at 900 Dutchess Turnpike. Another significant source of cannabis odor in the process and VOCs comes from extraction, the extraction process. This is where solvents are used to extract the oils from the cannabis plant for use in edibles and vapes and tinctures. There's absolutely no extraction proposed for 900 Dutchess Turnpike in our operations there. And finally, many people also worry about the nuisance of cannabis smoke from customers at retail operations. To be very clear as well, there's absolutely no retail sales occurring at 900 Dutchess Turnpike in our operations there. I'd like to kind of first start by talking about security. Access to the building is going to be tightly controlled, exceeding the stringent standards of the adult use cannabis regulations. We'll have a security guard on site 24 hours a day, although it's not required. Every door will be controlled by biometric access. This means that employees will only be able to access specific areas they're authorized for. And we're installing over 64 cameras throughout the facility and monitoring the entire perimeter. Also importantly, and as touched upon in Mr. Bodendorf's presentation, there'll be no external signage. It'll be limited to the small directional signage at Victory Lane. We don't need anyone knowing that we're here except for our employees.
Can I just interrupt quickly to ask what are your hours of operation planned?
Our hours of operation.
I've got that. Yep, no problem. So, Mr. Chairman, the activities that are conducted by the 10 full-time employees and the 5 part-time drivers will occur between Monday to Friday between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. And the office and administrative component will be conducted approximately by 10 full-time employees for regular business hours, i.e. Monday to Friday between 8 and 6 p.m. And again, there's no retail component to this.
Great, thank you for clarifying that. Continue.
So I would like to share a bit about how our operation will actually work and kind of the life cycle in throughout. All cannabis products will arrive pre-dried and sealed. This means that at another site, it has already gone through most of the process of evaporation that releases these VOCs, the compounds responsible for that odor. So to start here on the right side, the bulk dried cannabis comes in vacuum sealed bags stored in black totes. Cannabis oil, already processed and extracted somewhere else, arrives in sealed jars. Everything comes through a designated loading dock in unmarked vans and immediately goes into a sealed, secure vault room. From there is where most of our other work begins. Most of this work involves packaging this dried cannabis flower. It's a simple process. We simply weigh and transfer it from those bulk bags into individual sealed, tamper-evident bags and jars. In this area, we also produce pre-roll products using either a manual tabletop machine or fully automated equipment. Once these are produced, they're sealed in airtight containers for wholesale. For vape products, we operate an automated filling station that injects cannabis oil into sealed glass cartridges. And a small portion of our business involves producing edibles, where we mix cannabis oil with pre-made bases and store them in a humidity-controlled environment to let them set. Unlike a bakery, we're not using ovens or heating equipment. All products then have to undergo a rigorous third-party laboratory testing. It exceeds food standards, anything that you would see on a grocery store shelf. Much of our operation then is really focused on labeling each of these individual units we've produced with its corresponding test results and packaging it for wholesale distribution. At that point, finished products are stored in our warehouse, which you see in the distribution section on the north side of the building, until they're distributed to dispensaries via unmarked vans. The remaining facility space houses our packaging storage, which you'll see directly above the distribution area, and the administrative offices, which are on the south bottom of the building. In this very new, highly regulated, and stigmatized industry, we recognize our unique responsibility to be good neighbors and hold ourselves to the highest standards. We're not only accountable to the town of Poughkeepsie regulations and standards, but to even stricter sets of standards set forth by the adult use regulations by the New York Office of Cannabis Management, as well as stringent rules that govern our good manufacturing practices certification. In addition to meeting or exceeding general municipal zoning and state regulatory requirements, we've taken a three-step approach to addressing any potential environmental impacts: a containerized facility design, proven technology, and strict policy. First, our facility is designed with sealed containerized rooms. The areas where cannabis products, in green, are handled are completely isolated from common areas and exits. This is actually required by our good manufacturing practice certification. If you can smell anything outside, that means our clean room standards are compromised inside, which we can't have. The technology we'll be implementing is based on proven best practices from mature cannabis markets like Colorado. Our experienced team understands these technologies inside and out. And our North Star is an abundance of caution. As we work to break down stigmas around cannabis businesses, we're committed to being the best possible neighbors. Even though our facility has lower VOC emissions than cultivation or extraction sites, we're deploying the same top-tier filtration technologies that they would use. We're installing a comprehensive carbon filtration system throughout our ventilation at intake, inline, and exhaust points. This is to catch and eliminate any possible odors. We're also installing a negative air pressure system that completely turns over and scrubs the air every 15 minutes. Lastly, we'll be utilizing Ona gel canisters throughout the facility, and these neutralize odors and remove them from the air as just an additional safeguard. Finally, our policies. Of course, we have the state non-smoking mandates, but additionally, every gram of cannabis that enters our facility is tracked in real time through state-mandated software. Nothing enters or leaves our facility without being logged and manifested. It's very different from a brewery or a bar where people could just kind of grab what they want. And lastly, we have a zero tolerance policy for cannabis consumption on our property. Any employee caught consuming results in immediate termination. In closing, we're experienced operators bringing jobs to this community. We exceed all state and local regulations, and our track record proves we know how to run these facilities without impacting our neighbors. I put my personal cell phone number and our CEO's number on the screen, and we welcome any questions from our neighbors in the community. Thank you again for your time.
And then just for the last presentation, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we have Mr. DeAndrea from Colliers just to walk through the traffic details.
All right.
Good evening, Rich DeAndrea, Colliers Engineering. So we took a look at the traffic, the parking, and the circulation that's related with this project. On the traffic end of things, so we did some trip generation estimates that identify how much traffic is this going to generate. Looking at the number of total employees that are going to be at the facility. There's two shifts here, so there's at peak time you're probably at most 60 employees, but overall you could have a total of 90 employees in the two shifts. So when we look at that, our peak hour trips for the facility itself, somewhere in the range of 60 total trips is what we're estimating. The other thing that we took a look at was the fact that the BOCES was here previously. What was that generating prior to this? We don't have actual numbers, but we can estimate what that might have been. When we looked at those numbers, we saw that it's approximately 150 peak hour trips. So almost 2.5 times what where you anticipate being generated by the project. When we look at that, we kind of concluded that really this project's not going to have a significant impact on traffic and changing traffic conditions in the area from what might have been there previously. Relative to parking, similarly, we did take a look at what the project will generate as far as parking demand goes. Based on Institute of Transportation Engineers data, we see that somewhere between 42 and 49 spaces is probably our peak parking demand. The applicant has noted that there is a lot of ride sharing and other similar carpooling type things that do occur for their facilities. So that's why the parking generation may be a little bit lower. It is noted that the applicant will be provided 50 spaces as part of their lease, so we see that'll be within that range. The other thing to note, I didn't mention that there's going to be some changing of shifts here, so there will be overlapping of shifts, but we'll detail this in our next submission, but there will be, they're planning to stagger the shifts so that there won't be an overlap.
That was a concern of 50 people arriving at once and the other 50 haven't left yet.
Right, so we'll detail that a little bit further in our next submission. And then the last thing we looked at was just site circulation. We mentioned the loading docks on the north and south side. Primarily on the south side, it's going to be for receiving cannabis material, but on the north side is where you'll have more of your larger vehicles that may come in. We think maybe one tractor trailer a week is probably common. We did look at what that would mean as far as getting into and out of there. There's really no issues in getting into those loading docks. They were designed appropriately. We were made aware that there was one change that was, I guess, AP Packaging made fairly recently to the north side. There's a one-way entry and exit situation that occurs up there that we weren't aware of when we did our analysis. So we will revise our analysis to show that, but I don't anticipate it being an issue. So.
All right, thanks for the report. Anything else from your presentation tonight?
Thank you, but that's it, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thanks. I'll go to Kristen for department's recommendation.
Okay, yes, thank you for the overview. The application is on for a seeker review for type 2 action requiring no further environmental review. However, we do appreciate the additional information that has been provided. I do think the planning board might have some additional questions for you. This application is also on for an amended site plan review. You have my comments. Most notably, the parking was a concern. I appreciate the overview of how mechanics internally are working, but ultimately we're here this evening to open the first public hearing. And if you had an update about your licenses, I think that would be appreciated as well. So staff is recommending that the board open the public hearing this evening, hear comments, discuss the application and adjourn the public hearing, and then defer action to a future meeting. I guess I should also point out that this was circulated to the county planning department. It was a matter of local concern. And then also JMC did review this for traffic. So Mark is on the line, and obviously Andy also reviewed.
All right, thanks, Kristen. Andy?
There's not, as you said, there's not a lot of site changes here. We did have some comments about the sewer capacity of the and the tenancy agreement that's been established for this facility, to make sure that they have the adequate flows to accommodate the project. We have a few comments about the sizing of the proposed grease trap and the design to make sure that it's floodproof, given that the site is partially in the floodplain. So that's it.
Okay, yeah, it's mainly reuse of an existing building, so not a lot of engineering issues. Our traffic consultant, Mark, is on as well, and they did say they're going to have some more staggered parking, but we'll see that in the next submission.
Yeah, so again, Mark Petro from JMC. We did provide a review of this, and so we did look at the parking and the trip generation. The trip generation, as was mentioned,
sharing.
That's all right.
But sorry.
You're good, Mark.
No problem. So basically, there was a trip generation comparison to the prior use to the current use. We don't believe the proposed use would be a significant generator of traffic. Looking at the BOCES is kind of hard to tell looking at the trip comparison as far as what they have for an existing use without some real data of what the BOCES operation was like. But overall, the proposed use doesn't seem to be a significant generator of the traffic based on what ITE is provided in its standards. And then, yeah, as was mentioned, there was some truck turning comments that we had as far as recent changes to the site based on prior applications. Our concern was about the parking with related to the total mentioned 90 employees in the submission, the aspect of the overlap between the two shifts and everyone arriving or leaving at the same time, essentially. So we'll look forward to, the submission of the revision talking about the staggered shifts, which we'll look into further. As far as the site plans, we did note just to kind of specify where on the plans where those 50 spaces would be allocated on the site plans and denote those locations. We did have some comments related to the directional signage as well, potentially combining the signage that's there at the intersection, internal intersection there, and making sure that there's proper maintaining the site distances at the internal intersection as well. That's generally our comments that we had for this project. So just looking forward to the resubmission and having those comments addressed.
All right, thanks, Mark. It seemed to me that that was quite a high credit for public transit stuff in this area. Did you have any thoughts on that?
I do. Even though it's not mentioned in here, I do believe 6% probably is a little bit on the high side as far as a credit for public transportation. If the applicant feels otherwise, they can provide their supporting data if there is supporting data of other facilities. But I will note that there is no pedestrian sidewalk connection to Route 44 if they are talking about public transportation as well to provide access for pedestrians coming from 44 potentially into the site to the building.
Okay, thanks, Mark. All right. At this time, I move we open the public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. And as I had said before, we are doing this the limit of 3 minutes tonight, if you or less if you can do it, since we have a large crowd. And
you could go first on the list.
Okay. Yeah. And I have a big sign-up sheet here, so we have one person to go first.
Yeah, if you guys want to step down, actually.
And we will absolutely, and Mr. Chairman, if I might just add one quick response. We did receive the comment memoranda, so we have had time to actually start to prepare those responses. We're not going to do so tonight, but we do have those comments. I did just want to address, to the extent that Ms. Taylor wants me to address it now, the licensure, but I'm happy to do that in the supplemental submission if that's the board's preference. I realize those are probably more.
Yeah, later on, that's technical. Yeah. I mean, I will just tell the audience that we did receive at least 8 letters that all the board members have gotten and read, and it had concerns of, air quality and health, odors, traffic, safety and crime, different chemicals used and runoff to the sewer, as well as concerns of property values. And so just keep that in mind as we come up.
And again, we're asking comments to be kept at 3 minutes. We have a lot of people here. If someone already, mentioned what you wanted to say, please, express that you might agree with that point of view, but you don't have to get into the whole, we want to try to move along so everyone has an opportunity. So thank you.
Good evening. My name is James Constantino with my colleague Richard Cantor. We are members of the firm of Tehan and Constantino, LLP. We appear tonight on behalf of Eastdale Village, an adjoining property owner. We have a prepared statement with sufficient copies for the board and council that we will not read into the record tonight, but Mr. Cantor does have some summary and supplemental comments that he would like to make. Mr. Cantor.
Good evening. It's been a while since I've seen some of you. If it's not rude...
Can you hold the mic up?
If it's not rude, I'm going to stand because, while standing is okay, if I sit, it's not so easy to get up. Yeah. So thank you for letting us speak. We'll be very brief. We're here on very preliminary comments. We're asking, as was suggested by Ms. Taylor, that this matter be put over. Hopefully you'll put it over to your January meeting. In the nature of the process, our client has only had a few days to hear about this because of the notice to adjoining property owners. That's not a criticism, that's just a statement of the procedure. We believe upon our preliminary review that this is not type 2, that that's an incorrect designation. We believe it's either unlisted or type 1. Also, on a preliminary observation, we believe that this is a use not permitted in this zone. We're not here to speak about the details of the operation. That's for other people and for another day if you reach that point. Again, for the moment, we're asserting, and we will support this, assuming you put this matter over, we will support this to your staff and to your council, that this is not type 2 and that this is not a permitted use. So with that, we're going to be brief in view of all of the people who want to be heard. We thank you for letting us be heard right at the beginning, and Jim will pass out multiple copies of the statement for each of you. And thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
Rachel.
Two comments. You go down the list of people who have signed up ahead of time as well. Catherine, sorry, you're writing Catherine Dillard.
If you'd like, you could just leave them with Rachel and she can distribute. Yep, thank you.
Yeah, and everyone doesn't have to stand, by the way. You can certainly make yourself comfortable and sit down at the microphone.
I appreciate that. I might need 2 microphones, not just one. Good evening. My name is Catherine Ryan. Thank you for the opportunity to address the board. As a small business owner in the Eastdale Village Business District, adjacent to the site in question, I have serious concerns about the proposed cannabis manufacturing and distribution hub seeking to operate a short distance away from our residential and shopping district. While I recognize that Albany voted to legalize adult use marijuana in our state and certain retail outlets already operate in Dutchess County, I offer the following concerns for your consideration about what a manufacturing and distribution project of this scope and intensity would mean for the area and general quality of life. First, the applicant proposes to turn a portion of a building less than 1 football field away from the residential community into a bustling cannabis factory. A high concentration of residential properties surrounding the proposed site makes it unsuitable and frankly unthinkable for what the applicant is proposing. A manufacturing and distribution center would be noisy, heavily trafficked, and profoundly disruptive to existing residential and commercial activity. My small business and others operating in and around Eastdale Village will see reduced foot traffic if this proposal is approved. Marijuana odor, even at a distance, can be strong and unpleasant, especially the newer, more potent strains produced by businesses like the applicants. As I mentioned, additional noise generated by increased truck traffic from a round-the-clock cannabis manufacturing plant, no less, will deter our clientele and add a preventable noise nuisance for residents. Local road conditions and traffic patterns are already severe enough without this proposal moving forward. How many additional accidents on Route 44 and longer commutes through traffic snarls is the board willing to add for one factory? Lastly, I would draw your attention to the consistently underperforming economic arguments made by such applicants. We're told to sacrifice local character and quality of life for promised tax revenues and for a certain amount of job creation. The question I put to you today is what type of jobs and whose revenue? These are low value added entry-level positions, not the type of gainful employment that will keep a person in this community working, paying taxes, and raising a family. Furthermore, the consistent presence of black market marijuana and its undercutting prices leaves the legal adult use cannabis market in our state very much in doubt. The proposal before you does not factor in the potential decline in sales tax revenue in store for Eastdale businesses should this application move forward. Finally, but far from least, our area would face declining property values due to its lack of desirability for the reasons just cited. New business starts, residential buyers, and long-term investments in both commercial and residential properties would cease or at least considerably slow as a result of this project. The fallout I submit to you is entirely preventable. While I respect the views of those who support bringing a cannabis manufacturing distribution plant into our community, as a small business owner and mother, I would urge members of the planning board to consider the broader implications of their decision and to carefully weigh this decision in light of that fragility. you so much.
You just fit it within just 100 of wires.
I timed it.
What was your name? Something Ryan.
Catherine Ryan.
Catherine.
Okay, next one up is
Her email.
Nancy Miller. Is Nancy Miller here to?
Yep, she's gone.
Yep. Come
I'll
on
make
down.
this very brief. I want
Sit down if you want, if it's more comfortable.
the board to keep in mind that there will be a daycare center opening at Eastdale Village in the very near future. And right now, I just don't think the cannabis manufacturing plant is appropriate. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Nancy, for your comment. Next up is Kimberly Mallon.
Thank you. Something that doesn't make sense to me, if they're not manufacturing and doing deep manufacturing there, why is it a need for a grease trap? That just doesn't make sense to me.
That's for their kitchen.
But again, if they're not doing heavy manufacturing there, why do they need a grease trap?
Every restaurant has a grease trap in the town, so, but thank you. I mean, that's point taken.
That has to be looked into.
Okay.
What's her last name?
Mallon.
Next up.
All right, Kathy Dukovich.
Hello and good evening. What I heard presented initially, I think maybe changes a little bit about what I wanted to say, because it appears that we're not going to have plants growing, being cultivated, high intensity, high density, hot lamps, things that can be ignited, catch fire, all that kind of good stuff. If that really is the case, I would still say that I voice strong opposition to this proposed facility. I'm not quite sure that I picked up on what light manufacturing actually entails, but as I heard it described, to me, it really could invite unsavory characters. It seems as though what is being proposed would operate as a bit of a covert operation, laying low, being incognito, but I think the word is still going to get out. Where we live, and I'm a resident of Eastdale, I'm on the south side, stone's throw away from the old Beta Bosse's. It's densely populated where we live, residentially, and it's a mixed-age community, but there is a high percentage of senior citizens who, from a health risk perspective, are often referenced as being vulnerable or being a susceptible population. As good as I look, I'm one of those, okay? We also have, on the flip side, babies and toddlers and young families. So I think we really have to consider potential health scenarios. I'm not a subject matter expert by any means, but I had been looking at an article called Environmental Health Perspectives, June 27, 2022. This piece of literature is part of the National Library of Medicine, and the National Library of Medicine provides access to scientific literature, and it's part of the National Institutes of Health. And I learned that the federal government doesn't regulate environmental odors, okay? The cannabis industry is definitely rapidly expanding, and people like me, neighbors, residents, really not fun to think about the pungent odors it can produce. Okay,
We have about a half minute left, just to let you know.
Half a minute. Well, then I'm going to move on to security and safety. Don't cut my mic off, please. There was an article by a director of forensic electrical engineering at Jensen Hughes. He has a BS in electrical engineering. He's a licensed professional engineer, certified fire and explosion investigator, and he provides litigation support and expert testimony to law firms, insurance companies, and manufacturers. I think what comes out is that there is a youthfulness to this industry, subsequent absence of standardized safety protocols and regulations. Inspections and approvals come from the relevant authority having jurisdiction in that jurisdictional area. And the codes being followed are the regulations being set by those respective jurisdictions.
If you can wrap up, you can always submit your letter online to us as well. That
Basically,
goes to
the risk
everyone,
of
so
fire
please.
and explosions. They can take all the steps to mitigate, but mitigate means make less severe, serious, or painful. It does not mean eliminate. Not having that facility there will eliminate that risk. A lot of moving parts, and no matter how strictly you try to comply with the safety standards, you do not completely eliminate the risk of fires and explosions.
Yep.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks for your comments. I just want to remind everyone, we like written comments to come in as well, so all the board members can read it after the fact and just send them into the planning department, and they'll be distributed to all the board members. So you can summarize your comments tonight and then submit more detailed written comments since we're going to be deferring this further.
Who's next?
So next up is Steve Turkowski.
Good evening. Steve Turowski. I live here on Over Rocker Road. I've been a resident of the city and town of Poughkeepsie all my life. And the first speaker was very eloquent, and I agree with many, or pretty much all of her statements. So rather than try to rehash all that, another concern that I have here is that speak of economic development, but then where's the fine line between economic and over-economic, or overdevelopment, development and overdevelopment? I think we've seen too much of that here. And adding more traffic, we have plenty of traffic, as it was noted, based on the expansion of Adams, based on the inclusion now of Eastdale and other businesses that have come through. We know going through Route 44 is a mess, to put it quite simply, many times of the day. I live here on Over Rocker Road. There's an increase in traffic when it used to be a nice residential road. Now it's a thoroughfare from people cutting through, truck traffic that should not be there, but is there. Now this, they will have distribution coming in and out of this site, which would probably increase traffic again on 44, and those that decide that they want to cut through on Over Rocker Road. So I think all these added developments is just going to make a lessening of the quality of life that we're seeing here in the town of Poughkeepsie because of the increased population, the increased traffic, and this increased development. And I just don't think that this is necessary just from that standpoint, atop from the other issues that were brought up about potential odor and other issues and nefarious type of things that could be brought out by this. So.
Okay, thanks for your comments, Steve.
Thank you.
Mike White is up next. Michael White.
Can we repeat that?
Mike White on Victory Lane, signed up. Seeing none, we'll get back to him in. Maddie Amarati.
Make this really short. I live in Eastdale. I'm a resident. I live in Building 1, which is one of the closest buildings to the site. I am not objecting the site, mainly because I'm a cannabis user. I'm a cancer survivor. And I think many people think of cannabis as a recreational drug, which it's really, for me, has never been. And without it, my treatments would have not been I could have not tolerated them. That's all I have to say, and I believe that the odor will be minimal. And I thank you for your time.
Great, thanks for your comments. Next up is Amanda Evans.
Hello. My name is Amanda Evans. I live at 174 Overlook Road, which is about a mile away. Where I live now is my grandparents' house. I have been a part of this community my entire life. I am also the current inventory manager of the New York State Distribution Sister Company, and I will be transferring to this new facility in this role. As a lifelong resident of this community, I am so grateful for the opportunity to have a good paying, steady job in a growing industry in my community. I have worked for this company for more than a year, managing the transfers of cannabis across from our existing facility, which is located on a farm. The smelliest part of my job is driving by the chicken coop on my way in. This is nothing like the asphalt plant that was proposed for LaGrange. That was very bad for the environment. There is not going to be any effect on the environment on the outside of this building or anything, because it's not going to smell at all, especially with all the technology we're going to put in. And I can't wait for a shorter commute, a good paying career, and to spend more time at my favorite restaurants at Eastdale. I do currently go to Eastdale, and I love their community, and I think this is not going to do anything to hurt their community.
All right, thanks, Amanda, for your comments. Thomas Myers is next.
Hello, my name is Tommy Myers. I'm a lifelong resident of the town of Poughkeepsie. I have now lived in Eastdale Village for over 4.5 years. First, I am here today to express concerns on behalf of my family and my community. My fiance and I both work for Arlington School District, and we both agree that this cannabis manufacturing operation could affect our schools, neighborhoods, and families negatively. I have spoken to and have the support of Eastdale Village management, the owners, staff members, and fellow neighbors. I've also spoken to Sue Serino's office personally, and they share my concerns regarding this matter. This cannabis manufacturing facility could emit a pungent smell throughout our community and surrounding neighborhoods near Victory Lane. These are nearby businesses, parks, families, and schools. Town of Poughkeepsie residents do not think that sacrifice in our standards of living is worth the benefit of growing marijuana. I wrote that before we got the presentation, right in our backyard. Eastdale Village was created to be an attraction where members of the community meet with friends and coworkers to socialize and eat great food. Eastdale was also created to be a home for families where they feel safe to thrive in peace and comfort. Please help me keep our great community free from the odors that the cannabis manufacturing facility will produce. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for your comments, Thomas. Next up is Daniel. Sorry, I can't read what it says. Daniel Mosqu. Mascaro.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Mascaro, a proud resident of Eastdale and one of the first employees of New York State Distribution's sister company, HPI. After graduating from the University at Buffalo, I moved to Poughkeepsie to help this team establish their first hemp farm. As a young college graduate, I was thrilled by the opportunity to contribute to a new and rapidly growing industry in my home state. Over the years, I've had the privilege of growing alongside this company and industry. It has been incredibly rewarding to witness firsthand the hundreds of lives we've positively impacted by creating meaningful employment opportunities and offering fair wages. Now, I'm excited to take part in this next chapter of growth. As a young professional building my career in Poughkeepsie, I am deeply committed to helping reverse the region's brain drain. Investing in an innovative, growing industry like cannabis is essential to this effort, and I'm grateful to be part of the change. I also love living in Eastdale. I can confidently say that my colleagues and I are dedicated to being great neighbors, contributing positively to this vibrant community, and supporting local businesses. Thank you for the opportunity to share my story.
Thanks, Daniel. Next up, Victoria My handwriting's the worst. So an English teacher told me one time.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Victoria Di Araujo, and I'm proud to be both a resident of this wonderful community and a culinary professional working in the cannabis manufacturing industry. I lead the kitchen department for a local company that is expanding into the proposed facility here in Eastdale. First, let me say that I deeply respect and admire this community, Eastdale's charm, its local businesses, and the people who bring it all to life are part of what makes living here so special. I love supporting these businesses, dining at their restaurants, and shopping in their stores. That's why this discussion is so personal to me. I've poured my heart into this career. I recently graduated from the Culinary Institute of America right here in Dutchess County, earning my bachelor's degree in food business management with a concentration in baking and pastry arts. At the CIA, I worked with some of the most talented chefs and professors, people who pushed me to think creatively and encouraged me to explore how cannabis can intersect with the culinary world in meaningful ways. Through their mentorship, I learned to create edible art. Art that isn't just beautiful, but also helps people feel better and enjoy life in a safe, controlled way. I've seen the positive impact this plant has had on my family and friends, and I'm passionate about sharing that in a responsible manner. I know there are concerns about this facility, but I want to clear up some misconceptions. This will not be a grow operation. There won't be fields or greenhouses, and there certainly won't be any smells wafting through Eastdale. Instead, this facility will produce finished products under strict state regulations, similar to any manufacturing business. This brings me to a more personal point. Imagine for a moment if someone suggested that your business, your passion didn't belong here, that it would somehow harm the community you've worked so hard to support. I know how much love and effort you've poured into your work because I see it in the businesses of Eastdale. This facility and its team are not here to compete with or disrupt what you built. We're here to grow alongside of you as a part of this vibrant community. This expansion will allow us to continue meeting the growing demands of our work and contribute to Eastdale's economy. Imagine how your businesses could benefit from having professionals like me and my coworkers living, dining, and shopping right here in Eastdale. Let's not base our decisions on facts. Let's base our decisions on facts, not fear. If you're unsure about what this facility will bring, I invite you to learn more about it. Come visit us, ask questions, and see the professionalism and care we bring into our work. Thank you for listening, and thank you for being a community that I'm proud to call home. I hope we can move forward together. I also want to address, in regard to the concern for a grease trap. Grease traps capture fat, oils, and grease from wastewater before it enters the sewer system, preventing clogs in plumbing lines, protecting the environment, and ensuring proper drainage by only allowing clear water to flow through. Commercial kitchens are required to have this, and that's about it. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Tanny Townsend? Am I pronouncing it right? T-A-N-N-E?
Good evening. Thank you for letting us speak towards this particular issue. My name is Tanner Townsend. I am both a resident of Eastdale Village and also a business owner there. So I think I have a kind of a unique perspective on something that may affect the business and the life we have there. I would like to also thank New York State Distribution Services for their presentation. I think much like most of us here that are speaking, the smell was definitely a concern, how that might affect the community and where we live. I think personally the presentation they gave did help calm some of those fears. It sounds like they're definitely taking the steps necessary to do everything they can to keep that from happening. One thing I would ask them, it may help to continue to calm any of these fears, is if there are any case studies or site studies about similar facilities in and around residential communities. there's definitely, this is not the first proposed, facility like this. So there has to be some data, some information out there that they might be able to present, which might help us all better understand exactly, what this might look like if it happens. But thank you again for hearing us, and I appreciate your time.
Thanks. Next on the sign up is Fabio Rossi. Good sandwiches, I think.
I hope so. Good evening, board. Good evening, Chairman. Again, I don't want to say the same things that everybody else is saying. Obviously, I think we kind of have the same theme here in terms of concern. I think Catherine spoke very well, and I think those points were well taken. I do want to say, as a business owner in the area, the concern is that it's a finite market. It's a finite area. We only have so many people here. We have friends, neighbors, and we expect and hope that they all will participate in our business, and we need them to. For me personally, my family and I ventured into this new project in Eastdale, and it was going to be our forever building. We want it to work. It's going to work. We have no choice but to make it work. We're self-funded. We don't have investors, so we need this to work. So my point is, a concern is a concern is a concern. I have no animosity towards anybody. It's a concern. I do want to say the what if is the question. It's the what if. What if it doesn't happen that way? What if you do smell things? Air is air, it gets out. I don't know, but it's harder to backtrack. So I don't know, it's too much of a concern for me to say maybe this isn't the best spot. Again, I have no problem with anyone or what people want to practice. This is a free country, so practice, but maybe where the buildings go need to be more strategic. And that's my thought. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Fabio. Next up is Kathy Hickman.
Hi, good evening. My name is Kathy Hickman. I am a registered nurse. I'm also the administrator of Duchess Ambulatory Surgical Center in Poughkeepsie and Eastdale. The concerns I think I have personally are health and safety related. I think the air quality will be compromised if we put this plant in over by the old De La Valle building. My concern is that from lots of research, we realize that lots of things like terpenes and all that are released in the air. We manage a lot of pediatric patients who probably will smell this odor. I think we all feel that from all the other position papers. Odor will be present no matter what everyone is saying. I think that we've noticed that from other places who have told us that this is their concern. We also manage a lot of general anesthesia patients and respiratory compromised patients. When we induce general anesthesia or any anesthesia to our patients, that's a respiratory compromise on its own. Adding more to them so much more burdens their respiratory system, and my concern is that they're coming out of our center after receiving anesthesia to inhale more odors, and concerning to me is that if they've already started with COPD or other concerns, this is just going to add more to them. There have been lots of citations about, and from scholarly journals, physics.org, that these chemicals that are produced into the atmosphere are influencing the ozone and harmful to patient and environment. There's been fatal occupational concerns. Massachusetts 2022 cited a death in a 27-year-old female working in a plant, only manufacturing, who developed respiratory problems, nausea, and after 19 months actually died in the plant and she was not resuscitated, and obviously her life ended. Carbon filters do work, and I know that they had said they're going to use carbon filters, but this works on sulfur-rich compounds, not nitrogen-based, and cannabis is nitrogen-based. So my concern for the health and well-being of my patients is foremost in my mind, and I hope you'll take that into consideration when we come to this plant that's being proposed for this area. Thank you.
Thanks for your comment. Next up is Joe Lentz.
My name is Joe Lentz. I live at 29 Darrow Place. I'm not against anyone, or I'm not for or against cannabis, but I am against this project. I know from the past when Alpha Laval was manufacturing in that spot that I would get black bits on my house on the snow because the prevailing winds are towards Darrow Place, towards Eastdale. I know they're going to have filters and scrubbing and everything. They're not going to get all this odor out. And with the prevailing winds, and if the humidity is correct, you're going to have this odor coming to outside seating where people are trying to eat, a daycare center, a surgical place, and don't forget Lutheran Care, the nursing home on top of the hill. I used to have 14 neighbors. Now I have 414 neighbors. And I think that their project, which is a good one, could be better in a less populated area. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. We've gone through the list of everyone who has previously signed up, but we will take comments from anyone else who wishes to speak tonight. Come on down.
My name is Carol Cadavero, and I work for a company in Eastdale. I'm not going to mention the name. They got tax breaks. They got a whole bunch. They're right across the street from John Jay School. And the parking lot stinks every day. Every day. I don't know how many employees they have there. I work there. People come in after they've been using it. And you mentioned something about group transportation. Well, a lot of these factory workers do have group transportation, so maybe that might be less, but they smoke all over, okay? And I'm allergic to that. In fact, one of my neighbors explained that to me, and I was very happy about that. So I was concerned about a farm, but I'm concerned maybe not about the factory inside. I'm concerned about the traffic outside, the smell, the population. I'm not against anybody using it, but it does have an effect in the environment. We now know as New York residents that a lot of people use it. It's not illegal, but what about happened to our secondary smoke on tobacco? And I'm glad that nurse, mentioned that. So I want you to take that in consideration, and I will be getting more documentation on the after effect of people that are allergic or the effect on them. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Yeah, anyone, we're willing to accept anything people want to submit as well. Any other people wish to talk tonight? I see a hand up over there, blue shirt.
No.
Oh.
All right.
Oh, there.
It's okay.
And for folks come on up, it's okay. And for folks online, we will get to you as well. Yeah.
Hey, I'm Robert Grant. My wife Deborah's here. My daughter Amber, and we will be sending in a letter, so I'll make it very brief. We moved to 917 Dutchess Turnpike. We live right across from the main entrance, right at the corner where the traffic signal is. And in the 20 years we've been living there, 20 plus, I've seen it all. I've just seen the traffic get worse and worse. And now we're dealing with people driving way too fast. Everyone's in a hurry. We're seeing the escalation of ambulances and fire trucks going up and down Dutchess Turnpike. It would have to be really good timing for these shifts to work out their coming and going. And now you got, the school bus trafficking that you have to be concerned about. An added note is my grandson has asthma, so he's just one of many people who have respiratory issues, so just keep that in mind. As far as a grease trap, it would have to be such a high tech to get everything out. Whatever goes in there, anything that might be carcinogenic, bacteria, I don't know, I'm not privy to all that technology, so that's something that has to be a real concern. The last thing is I just know that there are benefits to cannabis. My father, he lived to be 103. He used a cannabis cream. So I'm not totally against it, but it has to be in the right place, the right environment. Thank you.
Great, thanks for your comments, Rob. Come on.
Hi, my name is Daniel Whalen. I'm an Eastdale resident. I'm also a licensed professional engineer in the water industry. I'm very familiar with water regulations, less familiar with air regulations than the Clean Air Act. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but I thought I'd bring it to the attention. I hear that there's not going to be any cultivation or extraction in this facility. If this facility goes in, I would like to understand if they chose to implement cultivation or extraction, what pathways they would have to take in order to put that in their facility. So just understanding if they are allowed in, do we have to revisit that with the board? Are we going to be given the opportunity to have that discussed? So, thank you.
Great, thanks for your comments. Yeah. Anyone else? Let's see.
Yeah, she was next.
Oh,
Right
there.
there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see a hand over there.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Rafaela Whalen. I also wasn't planning to speak today, but I think it's important, as was mentioned before, that we do talk about facts. And there was a particular story about the smelliest part of, I think, going into work was passing by a chicken coop. And, I find it hard. I'm quite hard-pressed to believe that we're not familiar with the smell of marijuana and smokers. There's a lot of folks in this room alone that I think just passing by, you can smell it on them. And, we're familiar with it, right? If we look at what's being done to address that smell, Cannabis Association for Responsible Producers, CARP, growers is taking action on odor abatement. Looking at installing dry vapor producing technology to neutralize airborne odors, or testing new filtration devices that use carbon scrubbing in combination with other odor abatement technologies to more effectively remove thiols at the source. Why is this being done? Because they haven't figured it out. These are initiatives happening in California where we know this is much more evident, and they haven't quite figured out how to effectively remove that odor from the environment. More relevant to the real world, emitting terpene, I believe this is how it's pronounced, maybe not, but this is the VOC. VOC is emitted in VOC limited regions. This would be one with low ratio of VOCs to nitrogen oxide, as it is common in cities or town, may favor the formation of ground level ozone, a pollutant associated with respiratory and cardiovascular diseases and related deaths, even in humans. An important thing to consider too, I think, is increased crime. Studies do suggest that areas with legalized cannabis may see a rise in property crimes and other offenses, especially in the presence of manufacturing facilities that could attract a target for theft. Traffic and congestion is something that was mentioned earlier tonight. Increasing truck traffic or transportation for cannabis products could lead to congestion on local roads and highways, a concern we've exhausted here today. But something that we haven't quite talked about is the negative impact on property value. Some residents may be concerned that a cannabis facility could negatively impact and affect property values, making it harder to sell homes in the future. So I do think that the decisions that we make here today, we do have to be especially mindful to how they will impact us in the community here in the future. And I will just add to that I am a resident of Eastdale and do echo many of the concerns shared by other residents as well. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Now the blue shirt over here.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your time. My name is Alex Ellick. I'm a resident of Eastdale Village, and this is my first board meeting that I've attended, and I just wanted to acknowledge that I appreciate the detail-oriented approach that you took with the Spark Car Wash, paying attention to things like the light pollution, for example. So with that, I trust that you're going to be just as detail-oriented in this exercise. I came here looking to learn more, and the presentation was thorough and detailed. I appreciate the detail the detail that was put into it. I just would like to advocate that we rely on data. I really appreciated what Tanner said before, looking for additional data, site surveys. This isn't the first time that this has been done. I think that there's a lot of concerns that are derived from speculation here. I'm not an expert, I'm not a scientist, but I do believe very firmly in science and affirmation of information based on data. So I thank the board's diligence and attention to detail and focus on data-oriented decision-making. I, for one, don't think that this would affect us in Eastdale at all, based on what I know so far, but I'm eager to learn more, and I appreciate, again, the board's diligence. Thank you.
Great, thanks for your comments, Eric. Okay, let's see. Anyone else? Come on up.
Hello, my name is Eric Lutringer, 23 Wright Avenue in Hyde Park. I have been in the legal cannabis industry for the past 10 years. I started in 2014 in Colorado, managing a dispensary there. In 2018, I became a compliance manager in a large outdoor cultivation and manufacturer, and they had multiple retail stores in Southern Colorado. Furthermore, after that, I went on to do compliance for another large company in Denver as well as in Massachusetts. I've been at many of these meetings, and I do appreciate everyone here, including the planning board, thank you, and everyone in the community that has come out, and also all of our employees that have come out to support us. I am the compliance director at this company, and my first and foremost focus has always been health and safety, making sure that everyone working on site is safe and that there are no hazards, respiratory hazards, dust hazards, gas hazards, as well as any pesticide hazards at the cultivation. This site will not have any cultivation, which we've made clear. In my experience, what we're doing here is very, very simple. We're taking a very small unit of something, putting it inside of a small package, perhaps like 1/8 of an ounce or a 1/2 ounce, labeling that correctly, testing it, making sure it's safe for human consumption, packaging that up in the boxes, and then shipping that out to stores. It's very much a brick and mortar box setup unit-based system. The most important thing is ensuring public safety. That's with our workers, and anything that leaves our premise is safe for human consumption and labeled correctly. With all that being said, what we are intending to do on the inside of this facility at this location, there should be no source of odor. There should be nothing that we bring in that when we open up the package, you would smell it from outside that room. That's regardless of the ventilation that we are putting in that is beyond the standards that's required of us. So I just would like to thank you for coming out and expressing those concerns. I think those are healthy concerns to have. If I was in a community, in your community, and I did not know the nature of these businesses, I would probably share the same concerns. I hope that what we have showed you today is that we intend to protect public safety. It is my goal, my professional and personal goal, to ensure that everyone can have access to this if needed for medicinal value and also for any choice that they choose to have. With that being said, it is a healthy and safe choice for those who do it. And it is my professional and personal goal to protect public safety and those of me around me. I've been a firefighter, search and rescue. It is my goal in life to protect others. So I just want you to know your concerns are heard, and thank you for sharing those. I can proudly and confidently say that those will not be a concern once we are there, and you would not smell anything. You do have my guarantee on that.
Great, thanks for your comments, Eric.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishes to speak? I see a hand up on the left here.
Hi, good evening. Greg Mayette. I live on Dutchess Turnpike. I recall when I moved in there about 10 years ago, my neighbors knocking on my door against Eastdale. We can't do this. It's a terrible project. And I disagreed. I stayed neutral. And I think a lot of people in the audience would say it's a nice community and a real successful employer and a good place to live. I think this project that's in front of us is a good fit. Where else? It's a Poughkeepsie Industrial Park. Mr. Cantor said he didn't think it was a permitted use for that area, but I believe every board member would agree that it would be a permitted use for that area. I can think of a lot of different industries that would be much worse for an industrial park. And the industrial park's been there, I think, since the 50s, way before Eastdale. I don't see how it's going to affect a daycare center, a deli, or, that I think they addressed the concerns about the odor, and I think it's a good project. Thanks.
Thanks for your comments, Greg. Anyone else?
There's someone. All right.
A couple more.
Yeah,
Come on over.
We do have three hands raised online.
Do some hands online as well. We'll get to them. Let me take some of them next.
My name is Eleanor Speckman. I noticed in the applicant presented that the trucks are non-marked, unmarked trucks. The signage is extremely limited. This, to me, is a warning sign. First of all, we have the Creekside Park there. We have, in one of those buildings, a gymnasium for the high school kids that they use all afternoon and evening. And they minimized the need of a security guard. They even said, we have a security guard, though it's not, they don't feel it's quite necessary. That, to me, is a warning sign. And the town of Poughkeepsie and the city of Poughkeepsie has enough buildings that are vacant that can do the same process without insurging themselves into a community like this. Thank you.
Great, thanks for your comments, Eleanor. Anyone else? We go to someone online here.
All right, so
Start with,
online we have Chuck Agro has been waiting.
Chuck Agro. Go ahead, Chuck.
No?
We're not. Huh.
We're not hearing you, Chuck.
You got unmuted, but we don't hear you yet.
Tell you what, why don't we come back?
We go to Troy.
Hi, everyone. I live in Eastdale, and I just wanted to voice my support for this project. It seems like it would be a benefit for the community to have this tax revenue. I'm not sure if people are aware, but the tax revenue for this kind of cannabis industry, it goes to nonprofits, it goes to arts. It's not like it's just being lumped in with other things. It's very beneficial to the community. I also think that we should listen to the scientists. We should listen to the people who are experts in this. It does not sound like there's going to be a smell. It does not sound like there are going to be people smoking outside the area. I don't think we have to have concerns about children or anything like that because they will not be in the factory. They will not be affected. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments, Troy. And next I see online is Luis Quiros. Louis, would you like to speak?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep,
Yes.
now we can. Great. Go ahead.
Good evening. I spoke last time. I may be redundant on the car wash. Is that okay?
Oh.
I spoke last time, but the size and the scope of this project, and it was way too large. I mentioned, and the more research I set into it, more it becomes confirmed that 200 car potential a day, and this opens the door to so many more cars with the express wash. We have severe drought in our area. It's in use every single day. It rained today, and the water usage and the ecology and the freezing, predicting the weather is almost impossible.
Okay.
And it is not good risk. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Louis.
All right, let's go back to Chuck Agro. Your hand is up again. Let's see if it works this time. You want to?
Yep.
You're unmuted.
Give it a try, Chuck.
Chuck, I'm sorry. Maybe you want to send comments in then?
Anyone is as I stated, willing to. We want to read written comments as well.
Yeah, sorry, that didn't work. Is there anyone else online who wanted to comment on this application? You can raise your hand or unmute. And not seeing anybody.
Anyone else in the room that wishes to speak on this today? Come on down. You have another in the room here.
Prepared, sorry.
That's fine.
Hi, my name's Gigi. I live right on Dutchess Turnpike. I live actually across from where De La Valle was. I don't have a problem with this at all. I heard what they had to say. There's no smell. I don't know. I don't really understand why some people are so concerned. I myself, I never did anything before, but now that it's legal, I eat gummies, and I think it's a game changer. I eat low-dose gummies, but I just think I think it's a benefit to everybody. I don't understand why a plant has been illegal to begin with. They're saying that there's no smell. I mean, I know everybody thinks there's a smell because of Titusville Road, Knox-on Road,
Right.
They had the plants. So everybody thinks that's what's going to be going there, and they've made it clear it's not. I think they have all their safeties in place. I think it's going to benefit a lot of people. I don't know, do we benefit our taxes? Will they come down at all by anything that they make? That would be really great. That I would love, but I guess I'm being hopeful. My other concern is all these signs that are around, the stinky, skunky signs. Somebody came on my porch and put a flyer. I called the town. I'd like to know who it is that's putting these signs up. Why is it there's no name attached to it? Like somebody came on my property, put a flyer, trying to get me to be against it, which aggravated me. You know, if you want to come there and talk to me, it's one thing. But to leave all this information on my doorstep and I have no idea who put it there. And then these signs that are being put all around, who's putting them? You know, they did it with the gas station on the corner, and now that's an eyesore. You know, no gas station in our backyard. Well, there was always a gas station.
Yep.
So now there's no gas station, and it looks terrible. And that's brings down the value of real estate. You know, look at that. Look at the diner. Look at the gas station. I mean, this has been going on for years. I think it would be great. They're not. And, oh, wait, one other thing. Now that I'm on a roll, there was like the Bosie's was there. There was a toxic fume. The reason I was told that Bosie's isn't there anymore is because the manufacturing company that went in there were toxic fumes in the school, and that's why they moved. There wasn't a big town meeting for that. I worry more about what toxic fumes are coming across the street. You know, I'm probably 200 feet, I don't know how many feet, but I'm right across the street. So that would be more of my concern than packaging. Maybe I'll get a job on the side. All right, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right. Chuck, your hand is still up. Do you want to try one more time? We're being generous. Sorry. All right.
Something's wrong with the microphone connection, I guess.
Yeah.
If you could submit your comments in writing, that we'd appreciate them.
All right. So.
And I'll just say, one of the reasons Bosie's moved out is they were waiting for their new facility construction to get done up on the Salt Point Turnpike, I think. So, but all right. Anyone else in the room tonight?
Hopefully I have 30 seconds left. The last two individuals mentioned a tax break. I'm concerned that site sold in 2021 for $10 million, but it's wholly exempt and pays zero taxes. Just the public should know that. Hopefully the board members know that. Not sure why. No school tax, no property tax for that entire industrial park. Thanks.
All right, thanks. We can look into that. Any others?
Lady's got her hand up.
Oh. Oh, sure. One more comment. And again, we'll have another opportunity for comments as well in January.
I think what I was wondering is, I don't really think that the mission is being challenged, but I would be interested to understand the basis for making the decision for the placement of the facility at 900 Dutchess Turnpike, being such a densely populated area. IBM's left Rockland County to some degree, Pfizer left. There's massive warehouse and space that can be repurposed. There might even still be room at Tech City, the old IBM campus, that doesn't have the density of residential population. So just put that out there.
The old Kingston IBM you're talking about, yeah.
I think Fishkill.
Yeah. All right, and as well as Fishkill. All right, everyone said their piece tonight here. We'll have another opportunity in January when they come back. So at this time, I move we adjourn the public hearing to January 16th, 2025.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. We can now go around the board for board member comments to chime in. Start with Sharon.
Well, first of all, that was exhausting. That's on the light side. And I was really interested with the lady that spoke about Dutchess Ambulatory, because I go there and I get knocked out. So I never thought of that before, but I'm gonna really think about that. That's my only comment for now.
All right, air quality concern. Ronico?
Okay, hi, and thank you all for speaking, and then especially for the presentation and all. I've got 5 comments. I will group the first 2 because I think they're related, and it's really a clarification issue. Mr. Palmer, in responding to the chairman here, he gave some, well, at least I thought were facts, but I may have misunderstood relative to the hours of the operation and the number of the employees did not match what's in their Exhibit F on both relative to the project, the description, and then also relative to the parking. So those, just letting you know that what you said did not match what's in here.
And we were also, if I may just respond to that, we will be aligning that in the traffic report. It'll
Well,
relay
also the number of employees, you mentioned 1 shift, you
Yes.
mentioned 2 shifts in here. I think you mentioned the 10 full-time and 5-time employees. They mentioned up to 90 employees
60,
over
right.
2 shifts,
Yep.
etc.
Yep.
So I'm not here to debate with you.
No, absolutely.
It's just really a
We'll
comment.
clarify.
And then to the chairman here, I think we need a neutral party to advise us on it's on odor, because we have the applicant who has a position which is stated, and then there are other. I'm not sure what their expertise is, but at least they make some points relative to sulfur base versus nitrogen base. So I think that would be appropriate. And then I've got a question for Andy, our town engineer, relative to the water quality and also the disposal of the water. Now, I don't know exactly how they will use water because I'm not familiar with this process, but will there be any sediments in there, first of all, and then where does the water go? Because I thought that the water from there went through a processing plant that then went into the Wappingers Creek. It does not.
No, not anymore.
They used to.
Okay, they used to do that.
They used to have their own.
Right. So you know, I don't know the details of their process. The grease trap is provided because of the kitchen, as they mentioned, to remove grease, fats, and oils. That's a parameter in the discharge permit for the the town wastewater treatment plant that we have to comply with, so it's a pre-treatment requirement. This site used to have its own wastewater treatment facility. They've recently, or they're in the process of constructing a new pump station that will allow the site to connect to the town system, which will end up at the, I think this goes to Arlington.
And when will that be complete?
It should be complete within, I don't know, 6 to 8 months.
Would it be before these guys go into operation? And then if not, what's the amelioration between one date and the other date?
I'm not sure how long it'll take for them to get permission to operate, but it's hard for me to say. You know,
Okay,
if
because that would be my concern, is that if there is a period of time where water is being dumped into the Wappingers Creek, we need a lot more data than just a manufacturing process that is clean. I mean, I'm not saying it's not, but you are the applicant. So, no, I'd like to get some neutral party that says that. Okay, and then my last comment would be future use, because I thought I heard some comments about that. But what are the intentions of future use, and then how would you go about that, and what is in this application? Is it open that would allow future use without coming back here to the board? If so, perhaps we want to take that out of the application. That's me. Thank you.
Yeah, we can explore that.
Yeah, I did want to mention it, and I know it's out of order, but Chuck Agro did take the time to type his message in the chat, so let me just quickly read it. It won't take very long. I have concerns with the traffic light at Barnes and 44. It is a sensor turn light, and traffic is already backed up from the industrial park well past Adams. Also, in reports from earlier this year done by the industrial risk assessment company Jensen Hughes, there is a high incident of fires and explosions in cannabis processing plants. I am also concerned that once in a large industrial park, that the ability to expand will be great. So that's verbatim the comments from
Thanks
Mr.
for your
Agro.
comments, Chuck. All right, Nicole?
I don't have any questions for the applicant. I think that we need to look at possibly getting a consultant that specializes in this. And I also think that we need to get some more information. Like one of the gentlemen had stated earlier, if we could get some case studies so that we could understand this better, because none of us understand this. None of us are in this industry.
Or if your company has any other sites that they'd be willing to share with us, with the board, that we could go look at, or if they're within.
I think that was Tanner.
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah, this is all brand new to us, so a consultant may be something we need to look for. Anything from you, Rob?
Yeah, I have a question. One of the concerns that came up frequently was about traffic, increased traffic and so on. And I heard you say that you're going to stagger the release of employees and hope to minimize the overlap and so on. That's a good idea. But we also talked about vans coming in back and forth. Roughly, what's the number of that, of the vans that are coming in and going back out again?
So that was in our study, and I just want to get you the exact numbers, so I don't quote something that's different. Okay. Give me 1 second. You know what? Maybe we didn't have that number in our study, but we'll get that. We'll get you that number.
See that anywhere. Okay.
Yeah, we'll get you that, and we'll include that as our next mission.
And it was mentioned the tractor trailer too. How often does that occur?
It was like once a week is what we were looking at. Yeah, it's not very frequent. Most of the trucks, most of the deliveries are going to be smaller trucks or vans.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thanks.
Bob, just so you know, and I guess for Rich and everything, it wasn't in the report it says anticipates manufacturing and distribution activities will generate 5 to 10 vans, comma, 3 small trucks, and 1 to 2 tractor trailer trips per day. That's what it says in Collier's report.
All right, thanks, Mark.
Thank you.
In my 2 cents, I think we talked about pretty much everything. As I said, if you guys have another facility, similar production facility, you can share that with Kristen, and she can get that distributed to the board in case they're interested to research that. And thanks for clarifying the hours of operation. For security systems, would you plan on having battery backup or things like that for?
The answer is yes.
Okay, that was a concern, because some of the neighbors had crime and safety concerns with that. And what about the trash coming out from the facility? Is there any kind of odor that would be in the trash coming out?
I'll have Andrew address both the 2 comments, because one, the battery backup, because there's also video, the surveillance, it's also maintained for, I believe, 60 days on the site as well.
Yeah,
Go ahead with
I remember reading that, but making sure if you have a power outage or something, generator or whatever you need.
And that's also a base requirement by the Office of Cannabis Management and the regulations.
Okay.
Regarding the trash situation, especially with the cannabis waste, that's going to be stored inside. We have a space for it outside for when it needs to be picked up, but it will be rendered as waste, which means mixing it with cardboard or soil, and then only taken outside when it's ready for pickup, so that the truck can come in and pick it up from us. So there won't be any meaningful amount of time that the waste container is even external to the facility.
Is that large, like a dumpster kind of thing, or smaller?
3 yards.
Okay.
3 yards.
Okay, so it's like similar to medical waste, but a little bigger.
Exactly.
Kind of thing. Okay, thanks for clarifying that. And you said no architecture changes to the building itself. So I guess my biggest thing is we don't, as Nicola alluded to, we're not up to speed on all this new stuff, so we're going to look for a consultant to try to help us understand, the scrubbers and such on the odors, and go from there.
Okay.
You can say one more thing. You mentioned something called O&A gel canisters. What is that, and what do they do?
The O&A gel canisters are kind of an industry standard at this point. They're freestanding canisters full of a gelatinous liquid with a trap on top. The idea is that the kind of proprietary chemical mixture bonds with odors in the air and also traps them back down.
Okay. And I guess that's it for my comments so far. We will look into it. There's definitely concerns of neighbors. We had positive and negative comments tonight, and we'll look at, take them all into account. We're taking lots of notes here, as you can tell.
And we look forward to putting those into supplemental submission to you all, providing further details. I think that will be most likely reviewed by any consultant that the board certainly has to look at it as well. We know it's a budding industry, so to speak, so absolutely get to you.
No pun intended.
Yes, exactly.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you
for coming out. Let's go with
I move the planning board defer further action on this application, direct the applicant to respond to comments in writing of the planning board and those received from town departments and agencies, included but not limited to the following 1 through 13.
Second.
Moved and seconded to defer. Called the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
Thanks.
Thanks for coming out tonight, everyone, and participating in the process. At this point, we're waiting for next Page Park Drive application. We're going to just take a 5-minute stretch break.
All right, so 5-minute stretch. We're not going away. If you're on Zoom, we'll be right back.
the goddess of the soul and wife of Eros. Hang on, Psyche, that's it. Cell K16. Flat earthism is often grouped under this branch of not accepted knowledge. Holly. What is pseudoscience? Right. That's under P12. In slang, these mean proof of supposed wrongdoing, usually in the form of screen caps. Now, show me them. Jack, what are receipts? Got receipts, yes. Cinema 8. The W in Wally's name stands for this. She's dealing with all around him on earth. It's another way to refer to the untrained. Oh, what is psoriasis? Correct. Half-Life 2000. A slice of Europe and the Middle East. The Louvre has a satellite location in Discovery. Ollie. What is the United Arab Emirates? $600. Here is your final Jeopardy category, players. International universities. Write their wages, and we'll come back with it.
No. Too many people out there.
Welcome back, everyone. We're ready to, I'll just mention that if anybody's here for the, it is, Kristen, it is. Just mention if anyone's here for Maxi Store, the applicant removed it from the agenda tonight, so that'll be on in the future.
So is there anyone who wanted to comment on Duchess Maxi Storage? Going once, going twice. All right.
All right, next up is Page Park Drive.
No, I guess not.
No, we didn't. Feel free to close it.
Who's presenting for Page Park Drive?
Yeah, they just wanted to adjourn.
That's what, January, what day?
16.
16th, yeah. Thank you.
Somewhere on a boat.
No, we still won't the door.
That sounds good.
Oh, not for Max.
Storage area for a fenced-in area that was currently, or it's an existing impervious area. A fence was put up over the summer to deter people from trespassing and getting access to the Wappinger Creek. So the fence is up. The proposed action is just to use that fenced-in area for construction equipment storage and some vehicular storage, like tractor trailers, maybe heavy equipment, excavators, things like that. There is a floodplain that extends into a small portion along the east side of the fenced-in area. We'll stay out of that with the storage of equipment and materials. Other than that, we're not proposing any physical changes to the site except for some striping on the parking lot and signage like stop signs, a stop sign at the entrance, no trespassing signs, things like that. And they can be mounted to the fence. So no disturbance.
Okay, thanks, Amy.
Sure.
Pretty straightforward, I think. Kristen?
Yeah, so it's on for seeker review for an unlisted action subject to uncoordinated review. It is on for site plan review. We are categorizing this as a contractor's equipment storage. There are a set of criteria that go with this use, so those are outlined in my recommendation for the board to review with the applicant, talking about the area designated for the use, any required screening that the board may request of the applicant per the code. If you feel that the fence is sufficient, that's fine, but please, when you go around for discussion, indicate one way or the other. Also, just identifying if the applicant could just place on the plan materials anticipated for use storage on this parcel. Again, just very minor comments otherwise, but staff is recommending that the board open the public hearing, hear any comment, adjourn the potentially close the public hearing, adopt a seeker resolution. There is a draft negative declaration in your packet for consideration, and also potentially adopt a resolution to grant conditional site plan approval.
Thanks, Kristen. Andy, any comments on this one?
I do have comments, but I think Carol texted me, she has to run, so maybe you want to let her go first.
All right, Carol? I see you're online, if you want to unmute and...
Okay, hello guys.
I know you're concerned the creek nearby.
Yep, you there?
Yes.
Yep, we're here.
Okay, very good, sorry. Yeah, the creek is right there. It is within the 100-foot buffer is within part of the fenced-in area within the parking lot. But as far as the aquatic resource protection, it doesn't look like they're infringing upon that so long as it doesn't create a pollution hazard or interfere with proper drainage, and that's more of a building inspector issue. Similarly, there are a few species around, but this is not the type of activity. It's a stationary activity. And no disturbance is proposed. So I did just mention that it might not be a bad idea if in place requires or attempts to remove the stored equipment prior to an anticipated flood. Usually those issues are far enough in advance that you know one is potentially coming. So other than that, I really don't have any issues with this application.
Okay, thanks, Carol, for weighing in on that. Anything further, Andy, on that?
Just a couple things. We are suggesting that the floodplain boundary be demarcated on the plan, on the pavement, and no storage happen within that area, as a measure of safety.
Do you know how much of that pavement is it in the floodplain?
I'll show you, hang on. So this blue line that comes down is the floodplain.
Ah, okay, there it is. Just on the edge there.
Yeah, so would striping be okay for demarcation? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good.
That's fine. That's good enough. We also had questions. Typically when we put fencing within the floodplain, there's flood vents required. I'm not sure if the floodplain administrator weighed in on that or not. Has anything like that been installed for the fence?
For what? Flood gates?
Just vents. They're like flaps.
It's a chain link fence.
Chain link fence.
Yeah. Okay. So then maybe it's not necessary.
Yeah.
And then I guess the only other thing is there any need for lighting for this?
There's no intention to put lighting in. There's lighting on the existing building, but I mean, this is a fair distance away and fairly lower, so there's no proposal for any kind of electrical work.
Yeah, it's down the hill topography wise.
Yeah, I have
from the building.
pictures.
And just by way of background, when this came in administratively for the fence, Tom did review it.
We did
There
look at
was
it.
some
Okay.
question about where the fence was actually being placed, and we had asked for flagging, so we can follow up with him. So if there are any necessary criteria that
Yeah.
need to check, yeah.
Might be a good idea.
The fence as it's shown on the plan you were submitted is the actual as-built, so that's where it is. And then I have pictures for the screening issue. These are taken from the rail trail.
So where's the parking area? Is it the one right
It's-
there?
so the fence
Way in
is-
the back.
Oh, way in the back, okay.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I drove
back
through
there.
there.
Yeah, okay.
It's,
That's great, thank you.
Sure.
Anything that would prevent conditional?
No.
Okay, thanks, Andy. And Carol's had her say, so at this point I move we open the public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Anyone wishes to comment on this application? In the audience, doesn't appear. On Zoom, Page Park application. Any comments?
Just take a quick spin through here. Anyone? No, it doesn't look like anyone's got their hand raised, or
Just Carol.
just Carol.
And she's already commented. All right, I move we close the public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Let's go around the board for comments. Nicole?
I don't think I really have any. This is straightforward. so.
Rocco?
No, there's no comments, thank you.
Sharon?
Nothing.
And
Nothing.
Yep. The only comment I'll say is I went down there to look at it, and the chain link fence looks fine. I don't think we need to put slats or anything in it.
Okay,
For
great.
where location is down the hill from the buildings and not very visible from the rail trail.
Right.
So, and just consider Carol's comments about an emergency plan if there is a pending flood, a hurricane coming through or something to
Okay.
move some equipment up out of the way. All right.
Okay. I move the planning board hereby determine that 59 through 71 Park Page Drive contractor equipment storage would not have a significant adverse impact on the environment, and that no environmental impact statement will not be required for reasons set forth in the secret negative declaration for an unlisted action dated November 21st, 2024.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Double negative in there, though.
I move that the planning board grant conditional site plan approval for 59 through 71 Park Page Drive contractor equipment storage, subject to the following. Respond to the comments of the planning board and those received from town departments and agencies, and said response to be reviewed by the planning department as to adequacy and completeness of inclusive of but not limited to 1 through 13.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great.
And on the, what's that?
Does this also need, does the resolution need to include special use?
No. Maybe I cut and pasted that wrong.
Wait,
Yep. The seeker is what you're talking about?
I think it's supposed to be special use permit. I think it's just an amended site plan.
Lisa, are you available for a sec?
Of course.
You
I
have
think it is a special use permit.
Oh, so I had it correct on the description, not in the resolution. So you'll want to amend, thank you, Eric, adopt the resolution to grant conditional special use permit approval and site plan approval.
Okay. So I move that the planning board grant conditional site plan approval as well as special use permit approval for 5971 Park Page Drive.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes again. Thanks for
Too quick with the cut and paste.
clarifying that.
And on the advice of council, I would like us to go back quickly to Duchess Maxi Storage, open the public hearing and adjourn the public hearing.
Okay, even though they removed
Even though
themselves.
they asked us to do that, or that they asked, but that we,
Oh.
yeah.
All right,
You have to adjourn it in the same manner that you adjourn all the other technically open public
Right.
hearings.
So,
since it was advertised, correct. All right, for Duchess Maxi, I move we open the public hearing for Duchess Maxi Store.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Anyone wish to comment on Duchess Maxi Store on Zoom or in the audience here tonight?
right, no one changed their mind.
Seeing none, I move we adjourn the public hearing to January 16, 2021.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for keeping us straight, Lisa.
Actually, Rachel caught it. I just want to give Rachel credit. She caught it. Yeah.
Woo, it's going around.
Yeah.
All right, next up is Innis Garden Apartments, 126 Innis Avenue.
Good evening, everybody.
Hello again.
All right.
All right, what have you changed?
What's that?
What have you changed since last time?
We haven't changed a lot, so I can do a brief summary, but I think we presented last time and everybody is pretty familiar. So
Yep.
since we were here last time, we went to ZBA and they granted our variances for setbacks and our lot area. So I think we're in pretty good shape and ready to move forward. The only thing that I would like to point out that changed a little bit is that at advice of the board and planning staff, we amended our lighting plan. So we've included a more residential or decorative style lighting fixture.
Much better.
So there's 2 wall-mounted lights and 2 pole-mounted lights, so you can see that lantern style there. And then it's hard to see in this plan, but all the light levels at the perimeter of the site are 0. And then this new fixture also has a much better glare rating than the original, which the county was concerned about. So all around, I think it's a good improvement. This wasn't in your package with our last submissions because we just didn't have it in time from the lighting company, but has been revised and will be included with our final.
Sounds good. That's much better for human scale stuff. All right, Kristen.
Okay, great. That was so brief. I wasn't prepared. Thank you. It's on for a public hearing, seeker review for a type 2 action, site plan review, architectural review. You hit on a couple of those comments. The lighting, also the foot candles were a concern. I believe the board is satisfied with the color and material of the proposed fencing and the refuse enclosure, but I do leave that to the board to discuss with you if they have questions or comments, concerns. Staff is recommending that the board open the public hearing, hear any comments, potentially adopt a resolution to grant, let's make sure I have the right approvals this time. Grant conditional site plan approval, and then the planning board would conduct architectural review. There is there is not. Okay. I think we already had comments submitted from the county office. The only other item I think that was missed was just potentially, they had asked about a crosswalk or some kind of indication or pathway from the building itself out to the sidewalk. Right. I don't know if the board would like to talk to the applicant about that. It was just one of those items that was kind of missed in the conversation last time, if the board would require that or not.
Thought we asked about including that.
So what we need to do is, one of the last things is we need to do some spot elevations out in the parking lot just to confirm the location. The thought is we would come in near the entrance off the sidewalk, kind of where the cursor is right here, come in along the hashed island, and then make a crosswalk over to the other hashed out entrance and get into the building. So that's where that crosswalk will be once we just verify that it's accessible and all that with our grades on the site.
But the planting is going to be in the way of getting out to the front sidewalk?
No, Chairman, so right next to the plantings, there's a little jog in the driveway, if you can see my cursor there. So that's right along there is where we would connect into the sidewalk.
Okay.
And you're proposing that to be just paved, just striping on the existing pavement?
That's what the county suggests.
And you'll add a curb ramp in the existing curb?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, if the county's happy with that, that's good. We want to make sure that is delineated as a connection.
Yes, sir.
To the new sidewalk. All right. So, anything else, Andy?
No, not really. No, he mentioned the spot elevations, and we would like, when you do the spot elevations, we just like some extra, spots around the parking lot to make sure the drainage isn't interrupted where you're, cutting off, where you're adding the green space.
Understood. I think it all slopes back to that area, so should work sheet flow, so it should be fine, but we will do all the elevations.
Yep, great.
All right, at this point, I move we open the public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thanks for unsharing. Anyone in the room wish to comment on this application?
Come on up.
Come on down. And we do have a letter as well, written by a neighbor.
There was also a letter submitted as a matter of record from an adjoining property owner.
This right here.
Oh, right.
You have it.
Oh, yeah,
From
just,
today.
it was dated November 20th?
Joseph,
Which is, yes.
Okay, so you're Jacqueline.
Yes.
Okay.
So good evening. I'm new to this, so bear with me.
That's
So I
fine.
definitely oppose this. I've been there for 30 years with my family. In 30 years that building has been there, there's never been windows on that side. We've never seen anybody who has rented that building. We've never had contact with anyone there. We've maintained that property, the 3 feet that they own. It's landscaped by us. I mean, I don't understand why there's a need for 7 units to go in there. I have a pool right there. They're gonna put windows there, like right in front of my pool, 15 feet from my pool. Where's the need for these apartments when there's several vacancies within Ridgefield and I think it's the Cove, I'm not sure what it's called, the other apartment complex. But my concern is the devalue of our property.
Mm-hmm.
My privacy, where's my privacy now? I have grandkids that are at my house every day in my pool.
Okay, well.
And
take a
also,
look at that.
how are they putting the second story on? How are they getting to that? Because nobody will step foot on our property. Nobody will step foot on our property.
It is close to the property line, I think.
Close, it's 3 feet,
3 feet, okay, they got
which
it.
is landscaped by us and maintained by us for 30 years.
There's some kind of fence there as well.
That's past the building.
Oh, past the building, okay. So there's no fence between?
No, there is a fence. Everything is totally blocked off by fence and building. So
Okay.
you have to, how do you
No, I was
access
wondering,
it?
is the fence in front of the building also?
Yeah, so why don't we hear the rest of the comments,
Yep, go
and
ahead.
then, we can ask the applicant to respond if they have responses.
Right.
So
Anything
yeah, I
else?
just want to know, like, how do they access to do the second story?
We'll have to ask them.
Yeah, because at no point in time do I want any builder, anybody related to that project on my property.
All right,
I just want to let that be known.
thanks for your comments.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else?
Yes, my name's Joseph Rogers. I live at 124 Innes Avenue. Been living here since 2015, and I'm right adjacent to the old bricklayers building there. We share the same fence. I would like to have some privacy. Have an 8-foot fence put up there if it so goes through with 7 apartments. Not only that, Innes Avenue is a busy road. If there's going to be children in that building, they may be running out on the road. Who knows? I don't know. But there's been a lot of accidents on Innes Avenue. And that was before the construction and after the construction was over, when they revamped the whole Innes Avenue there. So I'm just looking out for if those 7 apartments going to have any children, and also I would like to have an 8-foot fence put on my side of the property, because I live right alongside the building, for privacy.
Is there any fence there now?
There's a stockade 6-foot fence there, I believe.
Okay, no, it's,
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for your comments.
Okay, then, thank you.
All right, that was the only people who signed up. Is there anyone else wish to comment on this application? All right, we'll decide if we're going to, I think we'll go around the board before we decide if we're adjourning or moving forward tonight. Start with Nicole.
Let's see here. Yeah, so they bring up some really good things here. How would that be possible for you for this project to go forward and for the construction to not impede on their property? Like how would that work, considering the fact that it's so close to them?
Well, you got a variance from the variance board, I guess, but it is very close.
Okay, so the addition is this shaded square in the corner of the building. That's the very northwest corner. All the work can take place from within our site. I mean, it's stick frame light construction, so the pieces can be put up. It can be accessed very easily from the former parking area that's on the north side of the building. We don't anticipate there would be any access or encroachment on the neighbor's property at all. So the 3 feet in the back allows them to set up any kind of ladders they need to do to finish the siding, but all the framing and heavy construction work can be done right from our parking lot on the north side of the building. So as far as some of the other concerns, there are windows on both the south and the west sides of the building now. There's 2 windows and 2 doors on the property line that is the 3-foot tight property line in the back, so there are openings there now. We were trying to be very sensitive with planning our work. We didn't put any windows in the new addition part of it, and we tried to minimize any windows for the apartments on those 2 sides of the building. So there's only 3 windows on that side, and there's only 3 windows on the south side facing the other neighbor. So I understand privacy. The building has been there for a very long time, whether it's offices or changed back to the permitted use of multifamily here. All buildings have windows, so whether they're close to the property line or further away, it's very common to have windows on the exterior walls of the building. So when we look at, for example, the neighbor's property to the south, he's got 6 windows on his property line facing our building, and we understand that. I mean, it's just a neighborly thing, and his house is actually closer to the property line than our building is. So, but regardless, we tried to be sensitive to putting windows on those 2 sides. We tried to focus them on the front and onto the north side of the building.
And what about making the fence 8 feet instead of 6?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look. Does your code permit an 8-foot fence? It does.
I don't know that it does in this. I think it is only in a rear yard, but I don't think it would at this slope.
I don't believe for front, for side and back possibly. Yeah. It could be.
I don't have the code in front of me, but I'm pretty sure it would not be.
I mean, we're willing to put a fence on the back property line to separate that 3-foot little space from the neighbor's driveway. The neighbors, I mean, they kind of utilize that area. We don't have a problem with that, but they keep their garbage cans there. They have kids' toys there. There's plantings there on part of it. So, it's not something we're objecting to, and they would kind of lose that space. But if that would make everyone more comfortable, we would put a fence there, whether it's 6 feet or 8 feet. 8 feet's a pretty tall fence, but I guess we look to the planning board's discretion for that.
Yeah, I'm not sure an 8-foot fence is going to do much for the the fence that's there now is already blocking the lower windows, I think, right?
Well, this property is on the south side.
Oh, that one, over
Yeah,
there,
the one in the back.
The west I was thinking of.
Yeah, if we want to put a fence on that property line across here, we're willing to do that if that's what the folks would want.
Sure.
So I'm not asking for a fence along the building, I'm asking for the fence along where the fence is already existing, an 8-foot fence there.
Oh, you want to extend that one?
Yeah, I want it higher. So where the window, there's only one window on that side, there's only one window, there's always only been one window.
Well, I have the pictures that you actually presented to the zoning board.
There's one window.
Well, there's two. You can come look at your picture if you want, and there's two doors.
Where are there 2 doors?
There's a door at the up top, and there's a door here, and there's
Yeah,
two
I'm
windows.
talking about the lower though, I'm talking about the lower.
There's one window there.
Yeah, there's
yes.
one window.
Yep.
And the door.
We're gonna have 2 windows and 1 window upstairs.
Yeah, so right where those 2 windows are, I'd like to have some type of like trees, I don't know, something. I just want privacy.
I mean, we'd be willing
And
to.
no one has, yeah, you said garbage cans. No one's taking care of that backside of that building but us for 30 years.
I understand,
So I'm
but
just saying.
yeah, I understand.
All right.
Okay.
So why don't we,
don't
yeah,
we don't usually debate like this, so why don't you,
I'm just
thank you,
saying,
right
no
now.
one's
Yep.
taking
Thank
that.
you.
And so the fence, I have a pool there, I just want my privacy.
Yeah, so I think if you could come up with a couple of options, whether the board feels comfortable letting staff work with the applicant, or if you would prefer, you can adjourn the public hearing, or you could even close the public hearing and adjourn or defer action, whichever route you choose. Just let us know, and we, if you're amenable to working to come to a solution for screening, I think that's probably the best path forward.
Yeah, the owner's here tonight, and he's willing to put the fence up, so.
I mean, you minimized, you just have that 1-bedroom window, I guess, on the second floor.
Yes.
Facing west at this point.
Yes.
Which, unfortunately, a bedroom needs a window. All right. Anything else, Nicole?
No.
Rocco?
Can you unshare your screen? I want to see if Mr. Mills is still on. Christopher Mills, are you still on? I've got a question for you. Arlington Fire, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Yes,
Okay,
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I've got a question regarding
Sure.
On sheet PB6, the fire truck access via the southbound lane needs to go into the northbound lane in order to access the property. You're comfortable with that?
Yeah, there's really no other way for them to accommodate that, and it's been like that for several years, several decades since the building's been there.
Okay.
So we're okay with that there.
It does appear that they could widen that driveway a little bit. That wouldn't help at all, would it?
I don't believe it would help at all.
Okay, as long as you're comfortable with that, because I noticed
Yes.
that, and because I know with the traffic there, that can get pretty bound up, and people see something coming southbound and they're going northbound, they may or may not stop. All right.
Understood. Yes.
All right.
Yep.
Yeah, that's it.
Thanks, Rocco.
Nothing.
And Bob, anything? And I had a question about the trash. How's that work? Is that rollouts or?
So, refuse enclosure is gonna be next to that little garage. We talked about that, I think, at the last meeting, and there would be the little royal totes, so it won't be a full dumpster.
Okay, so it's not a dumpster thing.
Correct.
That was what I was trying to remember. And I guess if you're willing to work with that, to work on the neighbor's privacy there in some way, I think we can move forward with that.
Yes.
So with that in mind, I move we close the public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Let's, at this point, go forward with.
I move the planning board grant conditional site plan approval for Innis Gardens, 126 Innis Avenue project subject to the following. Respond to comments of the planning board and those received from town departments and agencies, and said response to be reviewed by the planning department as to adequacy and completeness inclusive of, but not limited to, the following 1 through 11.
And
Second.
I want to add 12 to specifically, work with staff on privacy issues.
And that would be part of the conditional, I assume.
Yeah, and really it's the applicant working with their adjoining property, their neighbor, and then coming with a solution to the town to take a look at. So I don't really want the town to be in the middle of a neighbor to neighbor conversation.
Yeah.
So if you could work with the neighbor and then come to us, I'd appreciate it.
Yep,
No problem.
that sounds good.
All right, seconded.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes 5-0. All right, thanks.
Great, thank you very much.
Architectural, wait.
Oh, architectural, right?
I mean, we got the architect here.
You do.
I already closed my computer.
No.
Sorry.
Well, we have
We have seen it.
we have the plan.
Yeah, so the building.
It's basically a brick building.
It's staying the same, we're not changing there's brick veneer on the base of the building, it's got those charcoal, roof lines, and then there's stucco at the top, and there's nothing changing on the building except for we're putting in a few windows here.
Yeah, you showed us that last time.
I did, yes.
Anyone have any concerns with the architecture?
No.
In that case, I move we accept architecture as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes 5-0. All right, thanks again.
Thank you very much.
Have a good night.
Am I going to get my fence 8 foot high on my property?
We're gonna,
No, there can't be an 8-foot fence on that side of the property. It's not allowed under our code.
Town zone. Town zoning is maximum 6-foot high fence. Okay, next up is Metro Roofing Supply. Come on down.
How come that light's out?
Motion sensor.
Oh,
Yeah.
there.
Which way you come
It came on.
Oh, I don't know.
Can't help but feel a little unloved. I thought that crowd was here for me.
Wow.
All right, welcome back.
Thank you.
This resolve the issues, I guess.
Yes, I believe so. We've been in contact with town planning staff and with Andrew Learn about the remaining issues. The Transportation Corporation is no longer needed because the all point self-storage is going to be doing a separate connection to the sewer.
Okay, great.
Going to be removing that from the lift station currently on site. We are also expecting to have a bond estimate by the end of the week per Mr. Learn's email yesterday. And we'll work with the landlord on getting a stormwater maintenance agreement because we are just the tenant at this site.
All right, great. Kristen?
Great, thank you. It's been a long time coming, so thank you. It's on for public hearing, seeker review, special use permit review, site plan review, and architectural review. The planning board, just by way of making sure the record is clear and current, the proposed action is an unlisted action and it was subjected to a coordinated review. The planning board declared its intent to be lead agency in June 2023. To date, no objections were received. There is a draft negative declaration in your packet for consideration this evening. As far as the special use permit requirements, there were 3 requirements to which the applicant has met all of those requirements, so they're all set there. I had just had a couple of site plan related items. One was about the request for a waiver from the photometrics plan. They were proposing no new lighting on the property, so I think it was unclear the last time the applicant was before you whether or not the board was okay with that waiver. Staff would be comfortable with the submission as is. So we are recommending that you open the public hearing, close the public hearing, adopt a seeker resolution, and adopt a resolution to grant conditional special use permit and conditional site plan approval, and conduct architectural review.
Great, thanks, Kristen. Andy, last thought?
Yeah, so most of our comments have been addressed. I did forward the bond estimate to the planning staff just before the meeting. And just as a note, we did just approve the pump station for the adjoining property, so that should be all set. So.
Great. Sounds good. that case, I move we open the public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. Anyone wish to comment on Metro Roofing?
No one in the room? Anyone on Zoom wish to comment on Metro Roofing?
Seeing none, I move we close the public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes 5-0. Let's go around the board for comments. Bob, anything?
No, nothing for you, thank you.
Cole?
I don't think so.
Rocco?
No additional comments, I'm good.
Nothing here.
Yep, so I'm here. Glad you finally resolved the sewer issue. I think we're good with that. The fence is already 8 feet high. Just make sure you keep the fabric, whatever, maintained in the fence.
Yes.
Because it tends to fall down sometimes.
Yeah.
Move the planning board hereby determine that Metro Roofing Supply 100 Salt Point Turnpike application would not have a significant adverse impact on the environment, and that no environmental impact statement would be required for the reasons set forth in the secret negative declaration of unlisted action dated November 21st, 2024.
Second.
Moved and seconded for seeker. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
I move the planning board grant conditional special use permit approval and conditional site plan approval for Metro Roof Supply 100 Salt Point Turnpike, subject to the following: respond to the comments of the planning board and those received from town departments and agencies, and said response to be reviewed by the planning department as adequacy and completeness inclusive of, but not limited to, the following 1 through 3.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Architectural review. You're not changing the
Nothing's
building.
changing.
You're not changing the building.
Nothing's really changing.
No.
So I move we waive the architectural review.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Next up is Best Buds Taft Ave.
Hi, everybody.
Frank.
Amy's back.
Best Buds is a proposed dispensary on at 4 to 6 Taft Avenue. The actual space is number 6. It was the old Batter Tan, and before that, Video Treats. It's next to the K&D Deli in an established lot with an established entrance off of I think it's a DOT right away. We received the special use permit from the town board last night, and the proposed site is not, we're not proposing any changes to the site with the exception of anything aesthetic or signage for the building and on the marquee. There are 51 parking spaces. I know that was a discrepancy on my plan, so.
We recognize that there's some work that has to be done on our plan. In all honesty, we were concentrating our efforts with the town board to get the special use permit, because without that, we wouldn't be back with you. So Amy and I had a meeting this morning. We know we've got to do some work on the parking lot, show some snow removal areas and stuff like that. I do want to point out with respect to architectural approval, I brought a map. We were before this board last year, and October 19th, 2023, this board granted architectural approval for that drawing, and that's the way the building sits now. So I don't know if you can waive architectural approval or perhaps incorporate that approval resolution into this matter. The building's the same.
So you're planning to update it at this time?
This is already in place, right?
Yes, it is.
Oh, yes, okay.
We did the work earlier this year, so it looks like
Yeah.
that. It was based on your approval
that
last
sounds
year.
familiar. Yeah, but you were redoing some things.
Yeah, and we'll be asking for a couple other things. Like this site is really, people go in, get a sandwich and leave. People go in and get their marijuana product and leave. It's not really suitable for the EV charging stations, so we'd be asking the board for a waiver with that as well.
All right.
And that would actually promote loitering potentially.
Yeah.
There was a pizza place right there in the
Yeah.
I don't know.
So parking, I know, is it's a question, but the current use is the Domino's Pizza doesn't have any indoor seating. So I don't know that it shouldn't necessarily be a classification of fast food as far as parking goes. It's mostly delivery, or it's either delivery or takeout.
Okay. Kristen, what's your thoughts?
Okay, yeah, so it's on for a public hearing. This is the applicant's first appearance before the planning board. As was noted, the town board granted the special use permit for a cannabis retail dispensary. The applicant currently has their proximity protection. I think they're in pursuit of their full license to,
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, so that's still underway. This is not unsimilar or dissimilar, what's the correct word? It's getting late, to another application for cannabis retail that we've reviewed. So, you know, that's kind of something that we're making sure that we're keeping tabs on. As far as the parking, yes, I think let's just take a closer look at that between myself and even the zoning administrator. I'm sure we can work that out. I know DOT provided comments. I don't know if there's an update on that.
Yeah, actually, they had recommended a traffic study, and we're going to be engaging Collier to do a traffic study for us. So we'll
an analysis, yeah, and I know like site distance might have been a concern or something. Yeah, so I as long as you have the comments and you're working through that.
I have a question about that though.
Sure.
We're not asking for a permit from them. We're not asking to change their entrance.
Correct.
So it's just a recommendation to the board. That entrance has been there now 30 years.
For a long time.
So
Yeah.
I don't.
I mean, their comments to you as the applicant, I would just say, if you'd like, we can kind of follow up with them.
Okay.
We could just set up a meeting and talk to them and see, you know, what they.
I guess I'm just trying to determine if it's necessary, if the board is definitely going to require a full-on traffic study.
I don't know if you have an idea of what your anticipated traffic flow is for this site.
Average
the traffic
daily, I
study
think.
would identify what is typical
Yeah.
for
Actually,
this. So.
not only is this going to be a business where you can go in and buy product, but they're also delivering. It's anticipated that they're going to have between 50 to 60 visits a day, plus maybe another 20 visits that will be delivered. The operating hours are going to be from 9 a.m. to 11 p.m., subject to the town's approval. So when you work that out, you know, the average people per hour is only about 5. So it's not going to be.
Yeah, I think this is just a better conversation to have with the Department of Transportation because they are the ones who issued those comments, and I think we can follow up. It is new in the town, so I think, you know, in other instances we have required a traffic analysis. So the next step is to just discuss it with DOT.
I think it'd be good to know the difference between what was there now, what was there before, and what this will produce.
Okay.
Just for our own information.
Yeah, when Video Trees was there, I think Video Trees probably had a lot more traffic than this place is.
Well, that may be, right.
The other thing is some of the dispensaries we've seen, you know, we've heard at least anecdotally that there's a pretty intense initial, reaction to their opening. And so they made this, we've seen opening plans and things like that for certain kinds of businesses. Maybe that's something that, you know, could at least be talked about, whether or not it's necessary to actually do that full-blown.
That could be folded into the conversation with DOT.
I think the conversation with DOT to see if there's anything specific that they really think they need or not.
We'll reach out to them.
Okay. Yeah.
And we'd like to be part of that when you do speak to them.
Okay.
All right.
Just to finish, or I don't know if I was done yet or not, but it is on for a public hearing. So we are recommending that the board open the public hearing, at this time adjourn the public hearing and defer action with comments. And I will also just note that we did circulate this to county planning. They had some comments about the lighting, so I know that you guys are usually pretty good about being able to address any of their concerns.
Yeah, actually, when we came in for architectural review, the existing lighting plan was also approved by this board back in October of last year.
Okay.
So that was submitted to you and what I submitted to the board.
Yep.
That's the lighting plan that was approved in 23.
All right.
We'll just blame Eric for that. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, we'll take another look at it, but yeah.
Yes, since the submission date for the December meeting is just Monday, I think we're looking at a January meeting.
Yeah, that was my next question to you.
Before 900 Dutchess Turnpike.
Yeah.
No, actually, I don't want those people here for our presentation.
They deserve a special meeting, don't they?
Yeah, special meeting.
I will point out that the January submission deadline is Monday, December 23rd. And just given that, I just want to let you know now that there will be very limited wiggle room for any kind of a late submission, as in that day is it, just given I already know staff scheduling. So if you need additional time, especially with trying to organize something with DOT, it could go quick, but I would recommend trying to do that sooner than later. Yeah.
All right, thanks, Kristen.
Also, I mean, again, it is on for a public hearing, so in all fairness, we should be hearing comment and taking that into consideration as well.
For sure. Anything, Andy?
Yeah, I mean, we just had comments about lighting, which, I didn't realize that it was the same because it, hadn't changed from before. But if there's anything we can do to reduce the intensity, a little bit, that would be great.
Okay, we'll look at that.
All right, I move we open the public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Anyone in the room wish to comment on this application? Or on Zoom?
Felicia.
On Zoom, we have a hand raised by Felicia Salvatore. Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, my dog is whining, so sorry about that. I just wanted to say, when was the last time that the Better Tan was opened? How many years ago was that?
I don't know offhand.
No, you don't know. I mean, it'll just be nice to see, that corner, have more business in it. And
I think it's been at least 3 or 4 years since it's been
yeah,
empty.
yeah, it does seem like it's been a while. And it's a nice location. I think that'll be a good spot for that. And I think it's a good plan.
Great, thanks
That's
for
all.
your comments, Felicia. Anyone
No
else?
problem.
Anyone else on the Zoom? You can raise your hand or just unmute yourself.
And there will be another
There will be
opportunity.
another opportunity.
So at
Oh,
this
wait,
point,
I have someone in the chat. Let me just make sure it's not something new. Hold on.
Right. I'm not sure where to rent my video.
Let's see. This gentleman, it's not about this application. Is it possible to have access to a recorded video of the meeting?
Yes.
And it's online on the town website. And if you need help finding it, just call the planning department. We'll help you figure it out.
Isn't it also on YouTube? Town YouTube.
It's a YouTube channel, but you get to it from the town
From the
website.
town.
That's how I get to it because I'm old fashioned. All right.
All right. I move the planning board adjourn the public hearing to January 16th, 2025.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. All right, we'll go around for comments here. Start with Sharon.
I have nothing.
Rocco.
Yeah, I've got a comment or a question that may spill over into the architectural review. I assume that the security would be available for all hours, including when the deliveries will be done. And then as far as I read, the deliveries will be done in the rear.
A couple of things going on. Yes, first of all, the security is every time that they're open, from opening to closing, and the security to get in is really quite good. To get in, you have to prove that you're 21 years or older. You can go in and look at the product, but before you can even place an order, you have to prove again to a different person that you're 21 years or older. The deliveries are not made by vans or trucks. They're made by regular passenger vehicles. So it would be delivered right through the front door.
Of the front door. So I thought I read it was going to be in the back.
Yeah, there's going to be a secure location so that when there's a delivery happening.
So then will there be, because the reason I ask also is that given the way the back is currently, or where, I don't know if it's to the side or the back where you come in there, is that, and then I also noticed that the security personnel are in the front of the store.
They're in the front, they're in the front and throughout the store.
Okay, throughout the store, so there's more than one.
Yes, absolutely.
So they also will try to arrange to have security deliveries during off hours so that there's not other customers.
Right, well, that was part of my concern, was that off hours, will there be security there off hours? Because off hours will be midnight
No, off hours is, if they open at 11, it would be like 10:30.
It says you're open from 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. is what Mr. Riddle said.
So it would just be, it wouldn't be in the middle of the night, it would be, before there were customers in the store.
But when it's closed, it's alarmed and security cameras still.
Right, but that's not my question, is that, will there be security when there is off hours? Now, one person is saying off hours, one person is not, so.
Are you talking about
I'm
when
getting a
deliveries are
little
made at off
Yes,
hours?
deliveries.
Security would be there present for deliveries off hours. Yes.
Okay, and that's in there. Okay, now, will that affect the architecture? Because I know we've got lighting issues, we've got other things. Do you need to reinforce the doors back there? Do you need to change any of the reinforcement in the windows? Those are pretty big windows there, et cetera, and even in the front doors there.
I don't know, we'll have to look at that. We'll have to look at that for you, Rocco.
That's my question.
Okay, security, we'll keep that in mind. Anything, Bob?
Yeah, I just have a couple questions. You mentioned that they're ID'd before they come in, as they come in, they're ID'd?
Yes.
And then they're ID'd again once they go into the
When
display?
they place their order.
Is there a maximum number of people that can be allowed in that area at one time, or it's just, it could be as many as?
I don't,
In terms of, I'm thinking if you get a large crowd of people in there, it's gonna be hard to maintain security.
You're right, and I think what they would do is they'd probably stop people at the door if there's too many people in, and let people leave before the next people come in.
Okay, thank you.
Good question, thanks, Bob. Nicole, anything?
Not really. I just want to reiterate that the water department is looking for backflow prevention.
We'll get that.
And quickly, building department was also asking about public toilets at this location. Will there be any public toilets at this location?
I think there has to be, I think at least one, right? I think that's what the comment was.
Yeah.
There obviously are toilet, well, I would assume, because it was a tanning salon, there's gotta be some kind of public toilet area that.
Right.
But we'll tighten up the floor plans.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Thanks, Nicole. This isn't too close to the school, right?
No, it's not. It meets all of the requirements. We didn't have to.
From a state perspective.
Yeah.
Okay.
We wouldn't have got the special use permit without it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess the only issue I have then is to, go over the thing with the DOT.
Yeah, well, we'll
offline.
open some communication lines with staff and
See if
us.
see if a full traffic study is necessary. We'll rely on that discussion to
Okay.
see what you need to do. And that's it.
Okay.
Before you go, just one thing, the dumpster, it's kind of been a pet peeve for a long time.
We're working with Royal on that. We're gonna be able, there's, the dumpsters at the far end of the parking lot, they're gonna be gone. We're gonna incorporate those with the other enclosure that's on site.
So they're gonna be in the enclosure that's already there?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Versus what's the enclosure is being used for now.
Well, you have
Yeah,
to
what is the
expand.
enclosure being used for now, or what?
There's a dumpster in there now.
Oh, okay. So you just have an
There's just
extra?
one dumpster in there now.
It's small.
But will you need to expand the existing enclosure?
I don't think so. The dumpster that's there now is pretty small, so I think that they can fit an equal volume of refuse
So is it
containers.
on the far right?
It's on the.
Far right of the building.
On the right.
And it's set back a little bit from the front, I know, from being
Yeah.
out there, but, so, if you need to do anything differently for that, like, now would be a great time to just incorporate it into your plan, so
That's just what we want.
think it through and make sure
Yeah,
it's.
those are some of the things we discussed this morning, and we have to
Okay.
incorporate in our plan.
All right.
Great, and they'll be all set for next time.
Yep.
Move the planning board defer further action on this application. Direct the applicant to respond to comments in writing for the planning board and those received from town departments and agencies included but not limited to the following 1 through 12.
Second.
Moved and seconded, call the question, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See ya.
Is this January 16th too?
Yes. January is going to be very busy.
Yes, looks like it.
Could be. But things get deferred again, so. Locust Grove Crossing.
Hello.
Welcome back, guys.
My name is Carolyn Reed. I'm here with Lobello.
My name
name is Jimmy Nashua. I'm one of the developers.
So we received comments from the planning board, and it looks like everything is pretty much sorted out. We are in contact with the Department of Health. We got flow data for the hydrant, so we're going back and forth with them to make sure everything's good there. We just set up a meeting at 9 a.m. on Monday to go look at the sewer manhole, the sewer department. We're also in contact with the DOT. We've already started the process of getting approvals from them, so haven't hit any snags at that point. And then the only thing I think that we needed to change on the plans was the water sleeve detail, so we're gonna amend that for the next submission.
Okay, great. Pretty straightforward then. Kristen, again?
Okay, so it's on for a public hearing, seeker review, site plan review, architectural review. Seeker was completed already. The board adopted a negative declaration for an unlisted action in June this year. My only comment was that the application is subject to architectural review. I know that Andy had a couple of outstanding comments, and the board might ask a couple of questions related to, there was some landscaping at the southern part of the property line. So I am recommending that the board open the public hearing, hear any comment, potentially close the public hearing, and adopt a resolution to grant a conditional site plan approval, and then conduct architectural review. I just want to note, I was happy on the cut and paste again in this recommendation, so it references Innis Gardens when in fact this is supposed to be Locust Grove Crossing. So thank you.
Yep. Right in the,
yep.
You got it already. Okay.
I do.
All right. Andy?
Yeah, so most of our comments have been addressed. The main issues that we have are related to the easements and in conversations with the adjoining property owners, and looking for some documentation that says that they will actually be, provided. But I mean, I think at this point, it's okay to make that a condition if the board so chooses, so.
Is there any, so you're okay with conditional then?
Yeah.
Okay. That was my main question.
Yes.
I moved we open the public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Anyone wish to comment on South Road Crossing? I mean, Locust Grove Crossing. Locust Grove Crossing. Another crossing. Too many crossings. Seeing none, I move we close the public hearing.
Second.
Oh, wait a minute. I see Carol and Abella is unmuted.
That's me.
Never mind. As Rosanna Denny used to say. All right, I move we close the public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. All right. Anything, Nicole?
No.
Rocco?
Yeah, I'd like a clarification, and I may have asked you this in the past, but it's been a while since you've been here, and et cetera. But basically, on the south side of the property line, there are a lot of big trees throughout the property line, and then it appears that you're taking them all down, and then you're going to replant for privacy. Is there a need to take all of those? Can maybe one row of those deciduous trees?
Unfortunately, a lot of them were diseased, and a lot of them have fallen over the years during storms. We looked at them. We did a study. Actually, we had our engineers and everybody go out there and take a look at them, and they are in terrible shape. And that's why we at the previous meeting, we decided we would best to take them down and replace them with new trees where we can.
Okay, and the trees you put in, I guess for some of the
evergreens?
Yeah, some of the evergreens, I think you said 6 to 8 feet.
Yes.
But some of the other plantings, 1 to 2 inches circumference or something like that?
Correct.
That seems pretty small. Can you get something maybe a little bigger?
1 to 2 inches circumference for a tree is a pretty significant.
Like how tall is that tree?
Tree probably almost 8 to 10 feet when it's put in, and then obviously it will grow from there. It starts to get a little harder, I think, to transport.
1 to 2 inches is a circumference. That's more than 1 or 2 inches.
Diameter, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, diameter.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I can double check.
Because it wasn't clear on the plan. It just said 1 to 2 inches, and my magnifying glass didn't get it big enough, at least a copy of the plan that I had.
Okay. You'll make sure the
Once you go over 2, it's very hard to source, and then the numbers, the pricing is just astronomical to jump from one stage to the other. It becomes a big deal.
All right, I would just think.
But it is definitely the standard that a lot of landscapers use.
Right. But you know, those trees are 50, 60, 100 years old, and then it's going to take another 20, 30 years for us to grow. Okay, I was just, you refreshed my memory. All right, thank you.
I think putting in some evergreens there helps as well.
Right, but evergreens are slow growing also.
We tried to do a mix, so.
Right, I saw the plan. So
all right.
Yep. They're slow growers.
All right. Anything? Sure.
Yeah, I have half a note here, so you can help me on this. Trees coming down due to stormwater problem?
There's stormwater management at the southern part of the property. There's infiltration chambers or something, right? Am I butchering that?
That sounds right. No, you're not.
Yeah. Okay.
So some of those trees are in the way of putting in the underground stormwater.
So some of those trees are coming down if they didn't already come down.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think anything's come down yet, has it?
Not yet, but.
No, we haven't touched the site as far as trees.
Nothing fell.
Except for the roof of the house.
Maybe a few years ago, some of might fall.
Okay. The house is
in terrible shape.
It's pretty much gone.
The good thing we did the asbestos removal. That's been all done. Taken care of.
Great.
So the next stage will be demolition.
Super. Good to see it move forward. Bob, anything?
Nothing.
Yep, nothing for me either. So I think
I move the planning board grant conditional site plan approval for Locust Grove Crossings project subject to the following. Respond to the comments of the planning board and those received from town departments and agencies, and said response to be reviewed by the planning department as to adequacy and completeness, inclusive of but not limited to the following 1 through 8.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in question?
Aye.
All in favor. Opposed? Nothing. Motion passes 5-0. And architectural review. Can you flash that up again? We've seen it a few times, but we like the architecture in general. We have a couple of new board members to look at this as well. So there's an architecture, one of the 4 buildings.
Yeah, so since our last submission, nothing's changed. I think it is, like you said, a very attractive building, and we tried our best to do a 2-story low-rise building, so it'll be less impact view-wise to the neighbors, and we could try to make it as more of a residential, single-family type look to it. We incorporated stone, stucco, AZAC. To the structure, and
it'll great. Those materials will be long lasting.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
All right.
I've got a question. The HVAC, is that enclosed within the roof area, or is it outside?
They'll be on the ground, and they'll be surrounded with the landscape.
Okay.
Good to check that. Thanks, Marco. With that, I move we accept architecture as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. You're good to go.
Thank you so
much.
much.
Good luck with the project. That'll be
Thank you.
an improvement to that area for sure.
Quick question about the Main Street project. Is that any update on the timing?
We had to go through a whole restructure of the steel, and that's why we lost a few months on that.
Okay.
I just got the details and the approvals from fabricator and manufacturer, so it's in that process.
Okay.
And then we're gonna be coming back to the town for just a review of the plans.
Okay.
And then,
For the building department?
The structural.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like you did the hard part already with the rock
Yeah,
wall there.
there was some missing details in the structure. And that's, my structural engineer is in the back that just approved it. Marked it.
Good. All right, have a good night. We've got a few adjournments to do. 8 Tucker Drive, I move we adjourn the public hearing to December 19th, 2024.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. Casper Kill, South Road, I move we adjourn the public hearing to December 19th, 2024.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. Habitat for Humanity subdivision, I move the planning board adjourn the public hearing to December 19th, 2024.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. Manor Hill Community Project, I move the public hearing be adjourned to December 19th, 2024.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. Salt Point Center, I move the planning board adjourn the public hearing to December 19th, 2024.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes 5-0. At this time, I move we allow public comment on other agenda items. And please limit it to 3 minutes as we have done. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. Anyone else wish to comment on the remaining agenda items tonight? Seeing none, I move we continue the meeting.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. 7 Springside Avenue is up next. Someone here for that or online?
Yeah, we are here.
Still there.
Yes, we're here.
How are you tonight?
I believe we're all here. So, my name is Cameron Casera. I've presented this project a couple times to the planning board in a discussion capacity. So many of you will be familiar with the project already. For those of you who are not in those meetings, I'll just do a brief recap. This project is a proposed renovation of a single-family home at 7 Springside Avenue with an attached 3-car garage. We are proposing renovating the existing home and adding 3 additional dwelling units on top of the masonry garage. On-site parking will be provided as a combination of indoor and outdoor parking. 3 of the garage spaces will be utilized, and 2 of the garage spaces will be utilized, and the 3rd will be have a change of use to become a single-tenant office space. This project is really important to our client and to the design team because we believe that neighborhoods like Arlington Town Center need more safe, affordable housing, and we believe that a responsible way to add housing to the community is to graft new units into existing properties as opposed to raising perfectly good structures and building new. So I thank you for your time, and I would like to focus our conversation in particular on the parking and dwelling unit variances, because that is what the whole project hinges upon.
I agree.
All right.
All right.
Go ahead, Eric.
Sure. Yeah, the board will probably recall the discussion from previous meeting. This project, the application is on, you can ignore the first phrase, the declaration of intent from the agency, because this is a type 2 action under seeker with no further environmental review required. So the application is before the board for a special use permit, site plan review, and architectural review. The plans are practically just about identical to the way they were presented at the September discussion. There are a couple of adjustments. I guess the issues, as Cameron just mentioned, The primary issues for the board, now that you have the plans in front of you, are the same as you heard back in the discussion, is the density and parking. Indeed, there is a demand for units of housing. Arlington Town Center does support it. It is a high density for variance, but if the property can support it, then that's fine. The only question about whether or not the property can support it is whether or not you're comfortable with the parking. It is showing a particular layout of parking in order to achieve the 7 spaces minimum that are required for the 12 bedrooms in 4 units and the commercial space. They're using 2 spaces in the garage and the 5 outside. It would require a town board license for use of the right of way. I did, whoops.
Oh, there we are.
There we go. He's back.
2 3-bedroom.
I did talk with the highway superintendent. The board had expressed concern and discussion about plowing and whether the spaces into the right of way would be a problem. And he said that as long as the cars are not onto the pavement, beyond the edge of pavement, then he's okay with it.
Okay.
That's pretty much it. There's some, it would help to have comments, or there's some miscellaneous comments. So the board is invited to discuss the parking scenario, if you're comfortable with that. It is a little odd in that there are 3 spaces outside of the 2 garage units, and they're showing a spacing from the face of the garage sufficient that's needed in order for the 2 side spaces to get in and out of the tandem parking. There's nothing physically to have vehicles hold that space.
Right.
So it's just, cars may park there, they may not. I don't know if they're proposing to mark or physically mark those spaces in any way, but it seems like it might be workable. So that's for your discussion, and we just want to see just some of the information more in the plans for next time would be to clarify the Vandewater Avenue roadway. I know the fire department had concerns about, parking. There's a hydrant across the street. So we just want to see where the pavement is in the right of way. Pretty much it.
Yeah,
Well,
go ahead.
Okay, so as it stands, there is no pavement there. There's no sidewalk for anybody to walk. There's nothing there that's available for any space to walk in either side of that road. To tell you the truth, the people that have to walk there has to walk in the street because there's nothing there set as a sidewalk. Actually where we're parked, everything is part of my driveway going down where you see the parking's P3, P4, and P5. They're actually going down from my parking area all the way down to the street level because there's no walkway. There's no particular order from Springside all the way to Vandewater. There's no walkway there made for the tenant, for walkers in either side of that road.
There's no I didn't write any comments about sidewalks.
Yeah, so just to clarify, the existing parking for the building basically covers P3 through P7. So there's a large asphalt tarmac that spans from the garage all the way to the street. So
yeah, it's all.
This parking arrangement would just be an improvement of existing conditions, and of course modifying them to meet ADA standards, which was one of the comments for the P6 spot. So, basically, something I want to make clear to the board about our proposed parking scheme is that, much like many single-family residential properties in the neighborhood, roommates and family members share a single driveway and have stacked parking. So, in order to comply with the parking requirements for the district, we are proposing that the P1, P3, and P2 and P5 parking spaces are allocated to the same residential unit. Therefore, coordination around parking can be achieved in a similar manner to a single-family home. So that's all I have to say about the parking. And of course, the P3 spot, in order to access the garage, would maneuver around P4, and we believe that there's adequate clearance to do that.
Yeah, see the dotted lines there. Okay, thanks for clarifying that. You finished the ad, Eric? Anything
Yeah.
else?
Oh,
Andy?
so I'm sorry, it just, we have I'm sorry, there's a resolution that should not be there. Oh, that is there. There's just a resolution to designate it a type 2 action.
Right.
Not to do lead agency.
Right, exactly.
And to defer.
Right, Andy?
Yeah, so we have some comments on the site plan itself. There's some additional information that we're going to need with respect to, as you mentioned, topography to verify ADA compliance with the parking spaces and access, as well as existing utilities and proposed connections. It appears that sprinklers will be required, so that's going to require a larger connection. So we're going to need to see that. And then we would typically request a lighting photometric plan. That's up to the board if you want to see that.
All right, are you anticipating to change the lighting on the building at this point?
Yeah, we need to add additional lighting to light the new second floor terrace egress. So I've indicated additional exterior lights in the elevations. I believe they're sufficient for our purposes. We can submit a cut sheet. I don't know if a full lighting plan is necessary unless you deem it so. But
Is that just wall packs kind of stuff? Is that what I see there?
Yeah, so these are placeholders, but we'll submit a cut sheet for your review.
Okay, great.
I think the zoning administrator is going to need to see photometrics.
Got to make sure it's not glaring.
Or at least, or you may be able to get, without doing the full photometric sheet, then you might be able to get an isolux drawing.
Okay.
Something that we have to make sure it's not glaring into the houses next door. We need cut-off fixtures.
Yeah, I mean, our intention is to use hooded light fixtures, so it mitigates kind of light pollution to adjacent sites, obviously just to be good neighbors, so, yeah.
All right.
Also, when it comes to the sprinkler system, that's only in the proposed units that are going to be built in the office and the new units, correct?
Correct.
Mm-hmm. All right. Anything, Andy?
No, that's it.
Anything else? Okay, let's, I move we open the
Nope.
Oh, wait, no public, we're done with public hearing, sorry. Let's go around the board for comments. Start with Nicole.
So it looks like you have to get some variances for residential density, refuse, setbacks. Are you going to do anything with screening and landscaping?
Our intention is to screen the refuse. Right now, we did not have any plans to add additional landscaping to the yard on either Springside Avenue or Vandewater.
Okay.
It's mostly all pavement there with it.
Yeah, exactly.
All the way up to the street. Rocco, anything?
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions regarding the parking. First of all, I want to ask Andy, that space between P1 and P3, it says, looks like it's 9 feet. Is that adequate to get a car in and out of there if there's something in P3?
Well, a typical parking space is 9 by 18, so as long as that's adequate for size, yeah, I mean, it's hard for me to say without,
Well, I know 18 feet long and 9 feet wide.
Yep.
But that space is there, you have to turn the car.
Yeah, we could ask, the only way for me to really know for sure is if they give us turning movements, showing how that car's
Okay, well,
getting in and
maybe
out of
should we
there.
ask for that? Okay, the other question I have is that so it appears that the parking spaces P3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 extend beyond the boundaries of the parcel. Does that require some type of agreement with the owner of the space beyond the parcel itself?
the right of way, I believe.
The
Yeah,
right
that's,
of way?
that's what Eric had talked about. There'll be a
Okay.
license from the, with the town. in order
Okay, so
to-
that's town property
That is
there
town
all
property,
around
correct.
there?
Yeah.
It's a town road, yeah.
Yeah.
So that extends into the road there? No.
Yeah, that's the.
Yes.
Well, into the
Into
right
the
of way,
right
but not into the
Yeah,
pavement.
the road is signified by the line at the bottom of the parking spaces. So none of the parking spaces actually extend into the roadway. It's just the right of way.
But they
Goes into
extend
the
into
yard
the right of
quite a
way.
Yeah.
So then at
Yeah.
some future use, if they choose to widen Vanderwater,
No one will be widening Vanderwater.
No,
It's
no.
a dead end that goes to the
It's a
arterial.
tiny little bit, tiny little
Okay.
bit.
well, I'm just asking, just
Yeah,
in
yeah, no,
case
right.
they're out of luck.
Well,
There's
it'll be
no
a license
parking
agreement.
there.
There'll be a license agreement, right, the town, with the
There's a
town
problem.
will have voted on and approved. And, yeah.
So that would go through the town board?
Yes, it would.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yep. Yeah, we've done this before, actually, for the Haifa project,
Right.
which is 8
Something
Main Street, yeah.
The one we just had.
But a similar situation where there was some right-of-way
no, I
access.
recall that.
Parking is in the right of way.
And there's a license that the town board approved, and it's a similar process, yeah.
Okay.
Anything, Sharon?
No, nothing.
Bob? Yeah, parking was my concern. Looks like you explained the shuffling of that. Hydrants across the street, so that just can't be blocked. I pulled into P3 with my car the other day and fit with no trouble, so. Andy's truck may have differences.
Right, but you,
Yeah,
your car is
Yeah,
not
you got a
normal.
matchbox.
What do you mean? All right.
Okay.
Just to clarify, Rocco, you were saying you were asking if we should get a pathway? You were asking Andy, or
No,
you were saying that we should?
turning diagrams would help to see if that
I mean, where would they
9
be turning?
feet is really adequate or not to allow a car to get into P1 and P2.
So you want to see some
I mean, it
evidence?
shows diagonal lines there, but
Right, it shows diagonal lines, but 9 feet is not, I mean, cars today are getting bigger, not smaller.
Well, I mean, 9 feet width-wise is enough for a car to get through. I think
Right,
what you're
to go
asking about is being able
parallel.
to maneuver around.
Right, to maneuver, if there's a car in P3 or P4 or P5, can they get into P1 and P2?
well, in
By
P3,
going down that 9-foot alley and then turning into that
no,
spot?
that's not what, P1 and P3 are, if P1 wants to get in, P3 has to move their car. They're the same.
Correct.
Right,
Right.
right.
Okay,
So
so how is that a tenable arrangement?
Because it's the same unit,
Same
right?
apartment.
They're the same apartment. So
Just
like,
like your house, yeah.
if I have a driveway we have 2 people in the family who live, and it's a single driveway, you have to have a conversation about who needs to get out first tomorrow morning, and then make sure that the cars are in the proper order. They just work that out.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah, P4 is its own unit.
Yep.
Okay, so P4 is a separate unit, and then
P1
and P3 and
go together.
P2 and P5.
Yeah.
P2 and
Yeah.
P5 go together.
It's actually a pretty clever way that they've conceptualized that, I think. It makes sense.
All Cameron.
I move that the planning board determine that the proposal meets criteria for seeker type 2 action pursuant to seeker part 617.5 C18, requiring no further environmental review.
Second.
Moved and seconded for seeker. All in question? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
I move the planning board defer further action on this application as incomplete and subject to the following. Respond to comments of the planning board and those received from town departments and agencies, and said responses to be reviewed by the planning department as the adequacy is inclusive of not limited to 1 through 10.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes
Thank
5-0.
you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
See you next time.
Oh, what about the variances?
The which?
No, that's the zoning board. We're the planning board.
Oh,
Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm. Have a
Okay.
good night.
Yeah, you have to go to the zoning board. So have a good night.
That was a note from
good
last
night. Thank you. Good job.
Thank you.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
Great.
Go to zoning from last meeting.
Salt Point, 160 Salt Point Turnpike.
Hi.
Still hanging around, huh?
How's it going tonight?
Can't get rid of you tonight.
Wow.
At least I go fast, right?
All right, welcome back, Amy.
Thank you. 160 Salt Point Turnpike is at the corner of Salt Point and North Grand Avenue across from the Corn Crib. It's an existing, it was most recently in an existing accountant's office. The applicant, who is the owner, or it may be in contract, I haven't clarified that yet, but I think parcel access just hasn't caught up to the sale. He wants to convert it into a 6 apartment building with 2 bedrooms, one or two bedrooms. The density of the property would support 12 units. The building itself isn't necessarily big enough for 12 individual units. So half of the property now it's wooded. There's no plans to disturb any of that. There's no plans to expand the building at all. All of the work is either aesthetic on the outside or interior. I'm proposing 19 parking spaces. So that's 3 plus 1 per building, per apartment. It's central water, central sewer. Not proposing any changes to either entrance on North Grand or on Salt Point. Obviously, if that may change once I reach out to the DOT, but that's about it.
You forgot the best part.
The best part is that I'm reducing the impervious by like 15,000 square feet, yeah. So that is in the floodplain, that entire impervious area. So by reducing the impervious and returning it to green space, it should make the flood, I mean, we can put stormwater storage too underneath the parking area, or do something to improve the floodplain conditions. What's wrong?
Nothing.
I don't like that face, Andy.
Underground storage isn't going to work great in this
Yeah.
floodplain, but you know, that's.
There is drainage there. I'm not sure where it's going, but.
I guess we'll find out.
Somebody's basement. No, so there is a water body across on the other side of Salt Point.
Okay. Yeah. So it's probably draining into there. All right. We go to Eric.
Yeah. This one is on for recommending the board declare its intent to the lead agency and to defer site plan review pending circulation establishment of lead agency. We don't have too many comments. There's some more information items needed on the plans. I guess the board might want to discuss for this meeting would be if you wanted to ask the applicant if there's any storage space, what their intentions are. If they're going to need any outdoor storage space, now would be the time to think about it. And there were a couple of comments. I just had some comments to follow up on the design of the dumpster enclosure, and the board might want to see some landscaping for the monument sign.
All right.
I also forgot to mention that it's going to require a rezone.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, we got this on referral from the.
Yeah.
Why isn't this type 2? I'm just thinking out loud, which I
Because
probably
it's a
should
rezoning.
not do. Oh, because it's a rezoning. Never mind. That was the reason.
I knew you were going to ask that.
Yeah.
I got it.
Yeah.
That's why this was not type 2, but 7 Springside was.
Right. Yeah. No, that makes all the sense in the world. Thank you.
Yep. All right. Take a look at it. All right. Anything, Andy?
Yeah, I mean, we have some comments. It's great that they're reducing impervious. That's great. Unfortunately, all that work counts towards your area of disturbance. So you may require a SWIP. Hopefully, you're reducing it enough that you don't have to provide any additional treatment.
Well, I can reduce just enough to not.
Well, regardless,
there's a fine line between disturbance and.
Yeah, just keep it under 0.95, please.
Right.
If that's what you're going to do. We just looking for some clarification on water sewer usage to show us some calculations. We are looking for some grading, obviously, for ADA, the whole site in terms of how drainage is going to work. Like I said, if you do have to put stormwater management practices in, we just need to see how that's going to function during, in a flooded event, which is a challenge. And then we will need along the lines of stormwater, we do need to see an actual limit of disturbance and know exactly how much you're proposing. I think that's pretty much it. Typical stuff.
Okay.
Great, thanks, Andy. Let's go around the board for comments as well. Anything you think about? Control?
Just lighting, obviously, dark sky compliant, 3,000 Kelvin. What about amenities?
Well, there's going to be a picnic, like grill area, playground area in the rear. I think I'm showing that on the plan. And then for storage, maybe a large shed potentially, but I don't know. I mean, there'll be a bike rack.
Just keep in mind if there's a shed, because it's in the floodplain, you'll have to deal with that and show anchoring or flood vents or something.
Okay.
Or ramp up to the shed. Yeah, that's a good idea because the apartments are small to have some extra storage in there.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if there's a basement or not, but I assume there's probably not. You probably wouldn't want to store anything down there, but.
Okay.
It's all building, but anything, Rocco?
Yeah, I was curious, and I missed it on the last one. Is there any plans for EV stations? EV power stations?
No, there's not, but there's enough parking spaces for, there's enough room to put spaces. I mean, we'd be able to provide the space, the connection.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
It's probably a good idea.
You're going to be providing EV connections.
Yeah, it's possible, yeah.
Well, possible or yes or no?
Well,
Well, she probably wants to talk to the
I'll
applicant
commit.
about
Possible,
it.
but the
Yeah.
applicant will have
Yeah, I would think you would want to ask the applicant.
Right.
I would
Yeah.
think that would be a good thing to have there.
There's another thing I forgot to mention, that the town board requested that we provide either first refusal or a reduced rental rate to town of Poughkeepsie town employees. So the applicant is amenable to that, so we are moving forward. However, that needs to be worked out legally is another issue, but.
Yeah, we're not 100% sure that's
legal.
That's legal, but we don't have to figure that out now. The town board asked you. That's for them to figure
Right.
out.
And they have to do the zoning change.
Yeah. The conduit, though, like, with EV chargers, when you're talking to your client, you might want to just talk about, if they want to put chargers in, or if they want to maybe at least put some conduit in a location that might make sense in the future.
For something like this, you probably only need one charger, but probably a good idea to put in because it is people, sleeping overnight. It's a home, so.
Right.
To look at putting one in, see what your client says. Anything, Sharon?
No.
I think we've been around. Floodplain is it? Storage shed. Already asked it.
Oh, okay.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Do you want to drag us out a little bit longer?
Ready for lead agency.
That's sure ready right now.
I move the planning board declare its intent to be lead agency to coordinate the environmental review of the proposed project as an unlisted action, and authorize the planning department circulation of a notice of said intent, a copy of the EAF, and a copy of the application to all identified involved agencies.
Second.
Moved and seconded for lead agency. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
I move the planning board defer further action on this application pending establishment of lead agency, subject to the following. Respond to the comments of the planning board and those received from town departments and agencies, and said responses to be reviewed by the planning department as to adequacy, inclusive of not limited to the following 1 through 12.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes again 5-0. We're good to go for now.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
This building was in for an overhaul of all the exterior architecture at the time. I don't know if you're planning to change it any further for this application. But
I don't know. I know he's definitely paints and.
you may need more new windows or whatever. But you're good.
Okay.
Oh,
He's
sorry.
kicking you out of the seat.
That's right.
Bye, Amy.
It's like I heard a vote. You're done.
All right.
I'm just not ready to leave that. You want to make this person? No, if I
Hilarious.
Yeah, have a good night.
Thanks, you too.
All right.
Evening, I'm with Amy.
Just on Vassar Road.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't have a laptop. I went in along.
All right, you can use that microphone, you might have to turn it on, it takes a second or two to just warm up, but,
It's been vacant for a long time now, since the actually, the previous store kind of collapsed there. The one that sold hot dogs back in the 80s.
Hi, everybody.
Bye, Amy.
Bye, Amy.
See you tomorrow. You'll be tomorrow. Good evening, Mark Day in Stokosa. I'm here this evening with the application. It's on Vassar Road. It's Colito Development is the name of the owner. We're proposing a 10,000 square foot building on, which is now a vacant, currently a vacant site. There was a building there years ago. I'm sure everybody remembers it. No longer there.
Yep.
What we're proposing
Pools, right.
is basically the building up in the front. This goes back to the creek. There is floodplain on it. It's back pretty far. Years ago, we did an application on this same site. We were able to get a pretty sizable septic system on this. At the time, it was going to be a diner restaurant. So we've already done deep test pits. It's not bad. We're not too concerned for the size of this building. There is a situation here where the neighbor, the adjoining plaza to the north, has really utilized the south end of his site onto our property to exit the site. Early on in the application, we had met with the planning department, and we agreed to kind of open this up and allow this to happen. So, but this week, interestingly enough, the Department of Public Works remembers the application that was done a number of years ago. And the entrance for that was actually about 76 feet from the southwest corner, which puts it about here. So we've talked to the client about it. He's obviously going to do what he needs to do, but we may not be able to provide this access to this neighbor because the Department of Public Works is more than likely going to make us close this entrance to create this entrance. Not us.
Is that a site distance issue?
Yeah, it actually is. If
Okay.
you stand here, and you can't tell, but if you go out there, it actually turns to the southwest, and you lose it. And there's also a horizontal curve. There's a high point about here, but it actually is very subtle, but it happens.
That makes sense.
So we're not sure we're going to be able to keep this open. We haven't talked to this person yet. We were talking to them when this was part of it. So this may change. So I may be here prematurely, but there are some things I need to ask the board. There is a setback line. It's 100 feet. Our property is right now limited that we will be in that 100-foot buffer. I think it's a setback, sorry.
Setback.
So we're in that. I don't know how we can develop this site without being in it. If we do have to relocate the entrance, we're definitely going to be in it. And it may just flip this whole application. So I'm just wondering if that's a waiver we can request and how the board would feel about it.
Is that a waiver or a variance?
Setback variance.
It would be a variance.
It is, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, there should,
You would have to go to the zoning for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, there was building there for decades, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that building even went further to the south, I believe.
Yeah, it actually was in it. So we would obviously landscape that. Whatever is left over, we would landscape and work with the board. I know it was one of the things that we were considering was tying this guy in. I I don't know how we're gonna be able to do that. He has 2 loading docks that are right here with like 2.5 feet off our property line. So we're not sure how that's gonna work.
That might be a problem, because that's a restaurant, right?
Goodfellas is on that corner.
Yeah, they need the deliveries to the back.
I just don't know how they're gonna get there
Yeah.
if we have to flip this.
Yeah.
So our discussions with the Department of Public Works are, you're only allowed one entrance, which is typical. So we're not sure how this is gonna pan
Yeah,
out.
so we recommended that, we would kind of meet offline to bring the county planning office in and the county Department of Public Works in, and have another conversation about that. We did circulate the application to them in late October. Unfortunately, we just received those comments this week.
Okay.
What's gonna be in that building?
I don't know, it's right now undeclared. These guys, our client actually builds and they negotiate with 3 or 4 different companies and.
The fact that it's one large retail space is the way it looks, so that's what.
Yeah, it's considered one space. It's not divvied up, to my knowledge, you're not divvying it up.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
No.
I was just looking at Google Maps and I didn't see it on the plans, and I just noticed that there's some overhead wires going through the site. You may want to double check
you
with
mean
Central.
back?
It's going into the site, kind of near the existing building. You may want to check with Central Hudson in terms of separation. I know that they have a requirement in terms of how close a building can be to if it's transmission lines. I don't know if it's
I
transmission
think
lines or
that
not.
there was an old house back here.
Okay, so maybe it's not.
I don't think it's
Okay.
active, but
Okay.
I'll definitely show it. I
Yeah.
mean, this is a recent survey, Larry Lynn did it, so he would have picked that up.
Yeah.
But I'll verify.
Yeah, just check that, yeah.
Good to make sure. All right, anything else, Andy? Before I go to Kristen?
Yeah, I mean.
It's all good.
It does look like you're gonna need a SWIP. We'd asked about cross-access agreements with the neighboring property, which I already talked about. Board should weigh in on the need for sidewalks along Vassar Road. And then, just lighting levels, double check that.
Yeah, we'll take care of that.
Along with a number of other comments, but that's the gist of it.
Get it started, all right, Kristen?
Yeah, so this is the applicant's first appearance before the planning board. It is on for secret review for an unlisted action subject to a coordinated review. I still think that it's okay. The building itself might shift, maybe the size or the scale of the building might change, but I still think that it's appropriate for the planning board potentially to circulate their intent to serve as lead agency for this application. As I mentioned, I note it here, early consultation with the county DPW and also Department of Health is encouraged. I'm not going to go through all of my comments. There are quite a few. In particular, just focusing on a lot of the design standards for, for redevelopment of the property. So I just kind of pulled that straight in from the code. We did receive some significant comments from the county planning department as well. There were perhaps a couple of alternative layouts for the site. So. Again, I just think that follow-up conversation, it could head off a lot of this back and forth. I think that would be helpful. And I do want to point out as well, just because it is on a county route, that it will be, you'll need to complete a county complete streets checklist. They did talk about EV charging stations and the location of them. Also, our town comp plan does discuss acquiring easements along Wappinger Creek for future trail development. So we are looking maybe to have a conversation about that as well. I'll just keep piling it on there, Mark. And then we'll work through these comments. I think this is fairly standard at this part of the review. Carol, who is not here, did also receive the application. Didn't have any concerns as you're staying well out of the floodplain, so that was good. I think that's really it at this point. So again, staff's just recommending that the board would declare their intent to serve as lead agency and then defer action with comments at this time.
All right, thanks, Kristen. Let's go around the board for comments. Sharon?
I'm just trying to, so this is gonna be built with potential tenant,
That's, well, yeah, that's,
but you only want one tenant.
that's all they want.
That's the way it looks like.
Yeah, they signed one lease.
We're hoping it's not cannabis manufacturing.
Is that out? Because it seems popular. I mean, I might as well tell my client no now.
It's funny.
That's my only question.
Trader Joe's would be all right,
A little small for
but pretty small for
Yeah,
that too.
way too small.
No, the average is like 13,000 or something like that, so.
That's
Yeah,
10.
but
I think
they're
it was
not too
10,000.
bad.
It's-
They're not
it's
too
getting
big.
close.
Mm.
Right across from Stewart's.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Anything, Rocco?
No, not at this time. Are we gonna, I might have some comments with the architectural review if we do that.
No, I mean, it's good.
Well, you could bring that up now if
Good
you
to
want.
say now.
It appears that, to me, a couple of questions, is the HVAC going on top of the roof?
Yeah, I think he's, the architect, I think, is showing the RTUs on the roof.
I don't see anything there. And
The-
plus,
the yellow-
the
the
metal
yellow-
building on the sides, I know it says hardy board in the front, but
Yes.
the metal on the sides, that, I'm not sure that fits in the characteristic of that area.
Okay, well, we can tell the architect.
Right, but I mean, but the HVAC, where is that noted? I must have missed
I
it.
think it's on, if you look at the.
Yellow blobs.
Yeah, see the yellow blocks on top of the,
Oh, that thing,
behind the
okay, so
parapet.
those will be covered?
yeah, they'll be hidden by a parapet.
Okay.
Yeah, in general, like large blank facades too, we like to see the breakup of that. I'm not sure that the quality of materials I heard earlier this week is necessarily something the board was too excited about. There was a metal.
Right, I wasn't too
proposal.
excited about the metal.
On the side.
Metal
I mean,
siding,
the
metal
brick is
roof is,
okay.
yeah, it's just,
The hardy board is certainly would be okay. The brick seems okay.
I'll take that back to the architect.
yeah, we just went through and upgraded, what Dunkin' Donuts did across the street. Make that building look nice with the border on the bottom, so. Even though that was reused from an old bank.
Okay, that's basically what I have, because it's a little early for other comments.
Yeah.
But thank you.
Not really. I mean, I would ask about snow storage and stuff like that, but you're not even really sure
Oh,
what
you-
you're doing. You're
Well,
not
if we
sure
flip the
whether or
parking
not.
lot,
Got plenty
Yeah.
of stuff.
I mean, we got
Plenty of storage.
plenty of area to do
Yeah.
it, so.
Shove it
we
down
have
the hill.
Areas around, but we will show it.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, based on the comments we got from the Department of Public Works, this may change.
Yeah,
quite a
exactly.
bit,
That's why
so.
it's, yeah. So, that's
It's
fine.
gonna look more like the county comments, diagram.
They're gonna
that
dictate.
That they came in. Bob, anything? I mean, my main thing is make sure there's sufficient screening to the house next door.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll
Landscaping, yeah.
And you did put that in, but if that changes, the driveway changes to that.
Oh, it's in my review.
Affects that as
Yeah,
well.
they know.
Okay. Now, as far as, I know we talked about it at the beginning, if I can't get this in, I need to kind of break myself away from this other,
If you can't get the cross.
if I can't get this entrance in,
Yeah,
Well, that's a
that's
tough
gonna,
one.
that is gonna be a problem for your neighbor though.
yeah, but it's not our problem.
I know,
Right.
I know.
I want to be
but,
clear,
yeah.
because, we've gone out of our way to kind of accommodate it, and
Is
honestly-
there any type of easement or anything there? Nothing legally set in place?
No, and the applicant, my client is willing to do it, but we told him about this the other day. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here this evening. We mentioned this to him, and I said, we may not be able to offer him an easement.
I would say to try to fold that into the discussion with DPW and
Yeah.
see what.
Yeah.
Well, I may not have sight distance here, and if that's the case, they're gonna close this access.
Yeah.
Which already is there. I don't know if you all remember, but there is one there now. It's not great, and I
The
think,
whole thing's access.
Well,
yeah, the whole thing's wide open.
is there a reason that there couldn't be connectivity between the plaza and this building? Have a
I don't
connection
think-
between the front and where isn't there a parking lot in front of Goodfellas that connects, kind of
You could go straight.
Could connect
Like
through there.
through
Right,
here.
yeah.
I mean,
Not-
they
not
could
with
deliver
tractor
to the front
trailers.
door.
No, and I'm not saying tractor trailers, but then you,
He wants tractor trailers through.
well, but you could also, if you have a route behind the building, why couldn't you grant access around the back of the building?
Because I don't think my client wants that traffic going through his parking lot, which if you owned it, you wouldn't either.
Understood.
You know, here it wasn't a problem because you're really between the two, but coming around it, he's not gonna want that.
Is the front of that gonna face Stewart's then?
The front of, I'm sorry,
The front of your building, is
Yes.
that gonna face Stewart's?
it'll face, yes.
Is there anything that can be done to improve the site distance without moving the entrance?
Not without changing the road.
We can cut faster, or.
Well, DPW could be involved in that.
Yeah.
Get DPW to change the road.
It'll be an interesting conversation.
Nothing but when the other plaza was in front of the planning board a few years back, I think because of that access problem, I think they might have needed to demonstrate that they had turnaround behind their building to go, go in from the north and turn around and go out by the north, because they didn't have
I don't
legal
think
access.
they can do it, because you come around the back of this, and this is a pinch point between the gas station.
How do they get
Yeah.
back there
Hey,
at all?
Chris, are you paying attention?
I don't know.
Leave the guy alone, it's almost 10 o'clock.
I know, right?
No, it's 9:15.
I'm still here.
How do you get the fire trucks back there?
We don't go behind that building.
Oh, wow. Great. Never mind then.
Luckily, it hasn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
Eric, is there, I assume there is an approved site plan for this for the plaza?
There is a site plan for the plaza, and it was coordinated, that postage stamp parcel up front with that pinch point. I thought that there was vehicle access through there. I don't remember if it was enough for
I
trucks or
think,
not.
I think their parking lot curving goes all the way around the back.
Well, I wonder how Chance gets.
There's
there.
I mean, it was, I don't remember how it
There's
was
a
addressed,
restaurant at the other
but
corner.
it's not your client's
Yeah.
problem. But the plaza
I
might
never
have.
seen anything go
The
through the
road goes
front.
all the way around the plaza.
They probably also use that back entrance, that side entrance that is now on their property.
Yeah, they've been using this for the last,
Yeah,
Good fellows, but what about the Chance at the other corner?
yeah.
I don't know what they do.
Hey, folks, let's do this at a meeting after this, another night, another
Okay.
night.
Yep.
And we'll.
As we said, offline meeting with DPW and others.
All right, I move the planning board declare its intent to serve as a lead agency to coordinate the environmental review of the proposed project as an unlisted action and authorize the planning department circulation of a notice of the said intent, a copy of the EF, and a copy of the applications to all identified and interested and involved agencies.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes, lead agency.
I move the planning board for further action on this application and direct the applicant to respond to comments in writing of the planning board and those received from town departments and agencies, included but not limited to the following, 1 through 15.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Have a good holiday.
You don't want to stay to the end?
Haven't seen you in a while, Mark. Happy Thanksgiving.
Almost done.
Thank you for activating the lights out there.
No, I'm not talking about it now.
I told you.
All right.
22 Main Street, time extension, you want to do something?
Sure. I move the planning, 822 Main Street, I move the planning board grant 2 90-day time extensions for 822 Main Street application, moving the current approval expiration date from November 16th, 2024 to May 15th, 2025.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes.
BP4 Westerly House, I move that the planning board grant 2 190-day time extensions of conditional site plan and special use permit approval from December 12th, 2024 forward to June 10th, 2025.
Second.
It's 2 90 days. 80 days, yeah.
290 days.
Yes, it's probably just two.
Yeah, it's just two.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Yes,
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes.
Duchess Roots, I move that the planning board grant 1 year time extension for Duchess Roots application, moving the current approval expiration date from December 21st, 2024 to December 21st, 2025.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes 5-0.
They are underway, by the way.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
So
they have
they won't need the whole year, so that's good.
Okay.
Maris, do we need to
Maris
talk about
College.
Maris?
Yeah, Lisa, why
Okay.
don't you take us away on the on there.
Sure, so, there was a 9th hour or 11th hour, amendment requested by the town attorney today, just to clarify that the, resolution would cover any changes that are required to be made to the plat before Carl signs. Backing up, you're familiar with the Maris turf. It was before this board for a number of times, and the issue that Kristen located about parking being on, partially on an adjacent lot, which turned out to be owned by the city and the town. So the city and the town have worked with Maris to convey a portion of the property to allow the parking to be entirely on the Maris site, plus a buffer. And the town board did an analysis, a legal analysis that said they were able to do that without the plat requiring planning board approval. Dutchess County Clerk's Office is not accepting that analysis and wants the signature of the planning board chair on the plat documents before they'll accept them for filing. So what you have in front of you is a 2-page resolution just authorizing the chair to sign the plat so that it can get filed.
Pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
Okay. I move the planning board authorize the chair or his designee to sign the plat in connection with the Maris Track and Turf Field project for the reasons set forth in the following resolution.
Second.
Moved and seconded.
Probably should have said like attached.
Yeah, and Lisa, there was a minor change in the resolution too, right? That Jim Nelson talked to you about or something like that, but.
Right, there was a as I said when I started, the change is to make sure that it is clear that, if the plat gets amended, that Carl can sign the amended plat. So that was it. And the board has the amended, the red line, but that's pretty much it. And then there was technically a typo in there, which we fixed, so.
Okay, thanks,
Right.
sorry.
Thanks for clarifying that. You've got the thing. Do I have a second? Did I have a second on that?
Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes 5-0 again. Any other business before?
What's that? Oh, do we have to, the resolution?
that way?
Oh, the resolution had everybody's name?
Yeah, there was a roll call type.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Why did we do that?
Carl said all approved, any objections, so that assumes that everyone that's there voted aye. But if you want to approve if anyone has an objection or abstention, please let us know. Otherwise, we'll count everyone present as an aye and everyone else as an absent.
There's a couple that aren't here.
That's correct.
Good enough.
Thanks, Lisa.
All right.
Happy Thanksgiving.
I move that we terminate tonight's meeting.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Good night, everybody. Good night, Chris.
Hi, Lisa.
Good night.
Night, Chris.
Bye.
Good night.